Chapter 1300. Li Zongjiu's fist collided with his opponent's dragon claw. A tyrannical elemental energy wave instantly erupted. Li Zongjiu could clearly feel the vibration of his yuan energy. A look of surprise flashed across his eyes. His opponent was clearly surprised as well. She had not expected Li Zongjiu to be able to block her dragon claw. Furthermore, she could feel the same elemental energy from Li Zongjiu's body. Roar! Immediately, a ray of golden light emerged. The golden dragon original spirit instantly fell onto Li Zongjiu's body. At the same time, Li Zongjiu's body glowed with golden light as if he was a little golden man. Dragon original spirit? A look of surprise flashed across the heavenly monster tribe girl's eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect Li Zongjiu to be able to refine the Dragon Clan's original spirit. How did he do it? Could it be that he directly went to the Dragon Island and killed everyone? Whoosh! Another ray of white light came from behind her. Bam! The desolate heaven essence transformed into a rope and wrapped around the heavenly monster tribe girl's hand. At this moment, her hand was restored. Her hand was bound by the desolate heaven essence, but the heavenly monster tribe girl pulled hard and pulled Qi Yanran's body towards her. Boom! Bam! The light wings behind Qi Yanran suddenly shook, and the powerful force made Qi Yanran's figure stop. The two of them were in a stalemate in terms of strength. Nirvana cut. The unparalleled sword appeared in Li Zongjiu's hand. With a wave of sword energy, a torrential sword energy surged out. It was as if it could split heaven and earth. In the face of this sword that could almost kill him, he was shocked. A cold light flashed across the heavenly monster tribe girl's eyes. Clang! The blade of creation appeared and collided with her opponent's attack. With a loud boom, the three of them were sent flying by the terrifying shockwave. Before they were sent flying, the heavenly demon tribe girl waved her hand and threw a chi blade at Qi Yanran. Clearly, in the eyes of the heavenly demon tribe girl, Qi Yanran was more of a threat than Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu was very experienced in fighting. When he saw the other party attack, he did not hesitate to throw out the soul-slaying flying dagger. Bang! The moment they collided, it caused quite a commotion. The soul-slaying flying dagger whistled through the air and sped off into the distance. However, after Li Zongjiu stabilized himself, he summoned the soul-burning array before his opponent could react. The massive burning soul pillar descended from the sky, trapping the heavenly monster tribe girl inside. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread out. The terrifying aura of the soul-burning formation rolled over. The strong aura also made Qi Yanran unable to open her eyes. Then, he saw a large array floating in front of him. Seeing this, Qi Yanran was also slightly surprised. She really didn't know where Li Zongjiu had gotten such a method. What a powerful formation! Qi Yanran said in surprise. Your wings are also not bad, Li Zongjiu said with a smile. However, the smile in his eyes was not as relaxed as before. This person is an expert in formations. My soul-burning formation will not be able to trap her for too long, Li Zongjiu said in a low voice. The other party could easily break the formation of the Sparrow God Palace and set up a formation to trap Li Zongjiu in an extremely short period of time. He knew that the latter's cultivation in formations was extraordinary. Then, let's go. Let's retreat first, Li Zongjiu said. Even the soul-burning formation was left here. Okay. However, the two of them did not have time to leave. Li Zongjiu's soul-burning formation exploded into pieces with a loud boom. A huge dragon sparrow emerged from the ruins with a roar. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. The heavenly monster tribe girl who had transformed into a dragon sparrow had a cold light in her eyes. She crushed the soul-burning pillar under her feet with her claws. Although the burning soul pillar refined by Wu Tian was extremely difficult, and the materials used were also extremely exquisite. However, Wu Tian's strength was limited. After all, there was a limit to how many soul-burning pillars he could refine. It was normal for it to be destroyed so easily by the other party. Furthermore, the figure of this dragon sparrow was constantly enlarging. Boom. In the end, the dragon sparrow's body was more than 10,000 feet tall. As the origin energy circulated and flowed, Li Zongjiu finally understood why the people of the Sparrow God Palace and the Dragon Tribe were so afraid of the Heavenly Monster Tribe and had to join forces to destroy the Heavenly Monster Tribe. A heavenly monster in its original form was extremely terrifying. Heavenly Dragon Sparrow. The name itself was so majestic and imposing. Roar. The Heavenly Dragon Sparrow spat out a flame that was 10,000 feet tall. The difference in size between the two parties was so huge that it could not be measured with the naked eye. Therefore, the other party's slight movement was enough to wrap them up. Li Zongjiu hurriedly took Qi Yanran and fled into the distance. However, halfway through, Qi Yanran seemed to feel that Li Zongjiu's speed was too slow. She hugged Li Zongjiu, and the light wings on her back expanded more than 100 times in an instant. Boom! With a slight vibration, the two of them were brought dozens of miles away. The unfalling mountain behind them had turned into a terrifying light and was completely engulfed by the flames. It's too big. Li Zongjiu could not help but complain. Qi Yanran seemed to have exhausted her strength, but the other party still caught up with them. It grabbed a mountain with its claws and smashed it toward Qi Yanran and Wu Tian. Qi Yanran immediately released the power of the light wings and trapped the two of them. Boom! Qi Yanran suddenly felt something sweet in her throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. After all, he had been hit by a mountain. Hide behind me! Li Zongjiu hugged Qi Yanran. After all, Qi Yanran had used up all her strength to dodge the other party's attack. At this moment, Li Zongjiu also consumed the last half of the blood-breaking pill. Immediately, he released the aura around him. The power of the 4 great dragon souls was unleashed without reservation at this moment. However, the 4 dragon souls were still very small in front of the other party. The heavenly dragon sparrow showed no mercy. As long as she killed Qi Yanran, she could get the Bluebird platform and save the entire heavenly monster tribe. She could pass down the legacy of her tribe. She carried the mission of passing down the legacy on her shoulders. If she couldn't succeed, if she failed, everything would be meaningless. The heavenly monster tribe would cease to exist. In order to prevent such a thing from happening, she must complete the task. Even if she had to kill more people, it would be worth it. If you want to blame someone, blame them for blocking the way. In fact, the heavenly monster tribe girl had been merciful. However, in order to save her tribe, she had to be ruthless. Found it. It's really here. After Li Zongjiu took the blood-breaking pill, he immediately enlarged the White Dragon Original Spirit. With the help of the White Dragon Original Spirit, he quickly found a place that Li Zongjiu had studied in his previous life. Chapter 1301. Teleportation Formation. It was a top-notch formation in the world of formations. To set up such a teleportation formation, it required at least dozens of level 10 formation masters to carve it carefully at the same time. Only in this way could it be possible to open up this teleportation formation. However, Li Zongjiu had spent most of his time in the 3,000 years of his previous life on elixirs. He had only heard a little about formations and had a little understanding of them. However, he did not delve into them. Until now, Li Zongjiu was already a level 8 formation master. He had some understanding of formations. Since it was impossible to cross the limit of the great realm of desolation, there must be other ways to go to the sacred martial realm. Now, Li Zongjiu had come to the Buluo mountain. He had been wandering in the great realm of desolation for a long time. Li Zongjiu was also consciously or unconsciously judging the surrounding terrain to see if the legendary teleportation formation really existed. Who knew that he would actually find it? Li Zongjiu immediately threw out hundreds of primordial stones of the highest grade. They all fell into the energy slot of the teleportation formation. The heavenly demon chased relentlessly. He also saw the teleportation formation that Li Zongjiu had found at a glance. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. He swung his tail downward. Boom! A huge force instantly descended. In order to prevent the heavenly demon from destroying the teleportation formation, Li Zongjiu summoned the power of the 4 primordial spirits and forcibly blocked the heavenly demon's attack. Boom! Li Zongjiu's mind was also trembling violently, as if he was violently shocked at this moment. Li Zongjiu also shouted in a low voice. He let out a painful roar. Obviously, the strength of the heavenly demon in front of him had exceeded what Li Zongjiu could bear. The heavenly demon's strength exceeded Li Zongjiu's by too much, so Li Zongjiu could not resist. This guy's strength is really strong, Li Zongjiu thought to himself. Even if he was at the peak of his previous life, he might not be able to defeat the person in front of him. In his previous life, he didn't know that there was such a terrifying expert. However, if it was Li Zongjiu at his peak condition in his previous life, he would at most be able to tie with this person in front of him. Unparalleled sword. Li Zongjiu cooperated with the power of the 4 primordial spirits and borrowed the power of the unparalleled sword. Immediately, a terrifying force was released. The terrifying power that was condensed and circulating on the unparalleled sword attracted all the Yuan power within a radius of 10,000 miles. You go down first and activate the formation, Li Zongjiu said to Qi Yanran behind him. Just now, Qi Yanran had also exhausted her cultivation. Because her control of the Blue Bird Dao platform was not perfect, the state she had displayed before had been forcibly displayed. Qi Yanran also fell into the array. The opponent's momentum was fierce. If she faced him head-on, she would indeed end up in a miserable state. Therefore, Qi Yanran also understood that she could only protect herself by leaving now. As for the Blue Bird Dao platform, after Qi Yanran had absorbed all the inheritance in it, it had become one with the Blue Bird Dao platform. Because the Blue Bird Dao platform had directly become Qi Yanran's life source magic treasure. Therefore, if she wanted to hand over her life source magic treasure, it would be equivalent to taking Qi Yanran's life. Fortunately, Qi Yanran's inheritance also contained the content and knowledge of this array. Although Qi Yanran had not reached the realm of a level 9 array master, in the study of this array, she was already superior to Li Zongjiu. This was because the inheritance of the Blue Bird Dao platform itself was a top existence. The essence of the Heavenly Sparrow clan for generations was all stored in the Blue Bird Dao platform. Therefore, such a situation had occurred. It had forcibly created a top expert who was Qi Yanran. This was a huge bargain. Therefore, Qi Yanran agreed to help the Divine Sparrow Palace to continue the inheritance. After all, the benefits were too great. With Qi Yanran's help, the ancient array, which had been dormant for a long time, was immediately activated. Immediately, there seemed to be countless mechanisms moving under the array. Rumble! A series of terrifying noises erupted from beneath the ground. The power of hundreds of primordial stones was consumed in an instant. Qi Yanran patted her pocket. Suddenly, thousands of primordial stones flew out from her pocket and directly replenished the array. Immediately, the array, which was about to stop, began to operate crazily again. These primordial stones were obtained by Qi Yanran from the Blue Bird Dao platform. Although the Qi family was in the mining business, it was not easy to find so many primordial stones and take them all out at once. If it was an primitive sect, it would be possible. As for how much wealth was stored in the Blue Bird Dao platform, it was simply impossible to guess. Even Qi Yanran herself could not believe it. Generations of Divine Sparrow Palace members continued to pass down the inheritance. The accumulated wealth was stored in the Blue Bird Dao platform. Even the 3 elders of Divine Sparrow Palace did not know how much wealth there was. Now, it all belonged to Qi Yanran. Obviously, if Qi Yanran had enough time, her future achievements would be greater than Li Zongjiu's. You can't escape, the heavenly demon shouted. Below, he could clearly feel the activation of the transmission array. Immediately, the heavenly demon's attack intensified. Li Zongjiu relied on the unparalleled sword and half of the blood-breaking pill. He was able to resist for a while, but the pill's effect in his body was rapidly weakening. This made Li Zongjiu's heart sink. Zongjiu, the array has been activated. Qi Yanran suddenly shouted from below. Hearing this, Li Zongjiu's body shook and he wanted to fall down. Seeing this, the sky demon also reached out to grab him. You can't escape. Li Zongjiu did not dodge the attack. Instead, a cold light was emitted from his eyes. It was as if an ancient universe was changing in Li Zongjiu's eyes. Boom! At this moment, the sky demon's ferocious eyes were abruptly stunned. His body seemed to be frozen on the spot. His huge body was also frozen. Li Zongjiu's eyes turned blood-red. Blood even flowed out from his ears and nose. Obviously, he had used the evil soul eye. In order to control the huge heavenly demon dragon sparrow, Li Zongjiu was severely injured. However, he still managed to control the heavenly demon dragon sparrow. He landed on the ground. Let's go. Let's teleport away first. Li Zongjiu grabbed Qi Yanran's hand. She felt Li Zongjiu's power. Although she did not know where the transmission array would teleport them, as long as she was with Li Zongjiu, it was enough. Boom! A terrifying spatial fluctuation immediately reverberated in the Buluo mountain range. Chapter 1302. The power of the formation instantly enveloped the two of them. Li Zongjiu held Qi Yanran in his arms. At this moment, there seemed to be countless sharp blades cutting back and forth on Li Zongjiu's body. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu practiced the ancient arts of invulnerability of Tyrant, so his body was rather tough. At the same time, he had fused with chaotic force and gained the chaotic body. Although the chaotic body was not extremely pure, it was still extremely tough. Li Zongjiu condensed his aura and hugged Qi Yanran tightly. Even with Li Zongjiu's cultivation defense, his skin and flesh had been cut open. Li Zongjiu kept screaming. Boom! The light instantly engulfed the two of them. In the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared on the spot. However, the huge heavenly demonic dragon sparrow in the sky also disappeared. In the Buluo mountain range, the wind and clouds surged and calmed down again. However, the fluctuations that had erupted previously made all the creatures in the untainted land tremble. No one had ever thought about what had happened in the Buluo mountain range. No one dared to come and investigate. How much courage and strength must one have to be to enter the Buluo mountain range? Everything disappeared very quickly. As for Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran, it was as if they were walking in the darkness for a few seconds. Soon, they felt their bodies land on the ground and regained control of their bodies. Li Zongjiu relied on his strong willpower to support himself. Only then did he forcibly support his body and stand still. At the same time, he held Qi Yanran in his arms. Qi Yanran had already fallen into a coma. That level of shuttling just now was unbearable for her. Li Zongjiu's condition was stable, but not optimistic. The original energy in his body had disappeared. Even the 4 dragon souls had retreated into the original bead. Obviously, they were in a state of jealousy and dispirited. Even the state of his body was very poor. Li Zongjiu hugged Qi Yanran and looked around. The current situation was similar to the situation in the Holy Martial Continent. However, Li Zongjiu and the others seemed to have landed in a valley. The surroundings were quiet, but Li Zongjiu could clearly sense it. It seems that this is the legendary Holy Martial Realm. Although it was somewhat unbelievable, it was possible. Even Li Zongjiu could be reborn. At this moment, it was very normal to be directly transmitted to the Holy Martial Realm through the teleportation formation in the Buluo mountain range. The abundance of Yuan Li and spiritual qi in the surroundings was many times higher than in the Holy Martial Continent. The density with spiritual qi was simply unbelievable. Even if he didn't do anything and just breathed naturally every day, he could easily break through. This is the legendary Holy Martial Realm. I don't know what will happen. In order to ensure safety and avoid accidents, Li Zongjiu also took Qi Yanran into the forest. At the side of a clear lake, Li Zongjiu first put Qi Yanran on the ground. Then, with the sharpness of the unparalleled sword, he cut down a few big trees and built a wooden house on the spot. Li Zongjiu's physical condition was very bad. However, this punch was also the strength of a sovereign. Without a doubt, this was the foundation. No matter how bad one's condition was, it would not be worse than one's foundation. Li Zongjiu made a bed and put Qi Yanran on it. He took care of her carefully. He checked Qi Yanran's pulse. It was just that she had overexerted herself and was too tired. She would be able to wake up soon after a few days of recovery. Moreover, the spiritual qi here was very rich, which was very suitable for healing. It was to avoid some unknown dangerous situations. Li Zongjiu also swallowed the elixir that he had refined before to recover his spiritual qi. The heavenly demon must have followed us. Li Zongjiu recalled the previous battle while recovering his spiritual qi. Although he was controlled by the evil soul I at the last moment, the stalemate did not last long. Moreover, Li Zongjiu just took a look. When he landed, there was no fluctuation of a teleportation formation. To be able to do this, it was basically certain that Li Zongjiu had been teleported twice. First, he had been teleported across realms. Then, he had been teleported again. It was a random teleportation in the Holy Martial Realm. Therefore, when he landed, there would not be any traces of a teleportation formation. However, in the Sacred Martial Realm, there must be a teleportation array that can receive people. If he wanted to go back, he would have to find this teleportation formation. However, if he could confirm that this was the Holy Martial Realm, he would not be in a hurry to leave. He would check out the surroundings first. Perhaps it was only possible to break through to the absolute saint realm in this place with abundant spiritual qi. The surroundings were quiet, but he had to be careful. If the heavenly demon was nearby, he would not be able to escape in his current state. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Li Zongjiu did not leave Qi Yanran's side. With the help of the elixir, Li Zongjiu had recovered about 70% of his spiritual qi. Some of the internal injuries that he had suffered could not be healed with the elixir in his hand. He would need a long time to recuperate or a higher grade elixir. During these 2 days, the surroundings were calm and peaceful. There was no movement at all. Not even a bird could be seen. Li Zongjiu could not help but feel strange. Could it be that there were no living creatures here? How could it be so quiet like a bird? On the 3rd day, Qi Yanran also woke up. Li Zongjiu hurriedly helped Qi Yanran up. "How are you?" Li Zongjiu checked Qi Yanran's condition. He found that Qi Yanran's spiritual qi had improved during the 3 days of coma. Instead, she had become stronger than before. This was too strange, but it was normal. How could the inheritance that Qi Yanran had received be so easy to digest? It was because Qi Yanran was eager to come out that she had unintentionally broken through a barrier and regained her freedom. Are we in the Holy Martial Realm? Qi Yanran was no longer the ignorant little girl she used to be. It was even possible that she knew more than Li Zongjiu. I think so. I don't know the exact location. I haven't left for 2 days. Li Zongjiu said. Let me adjust my breath first. Qi Yanran said. Okay. Qi Yanran immediately began to adjust her breath. Li Zongjiu also caught a fish in the pond. Although there was no bird, at least there was fish. He set up a fire and boiled the fish soup. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. It seemed that a large number of people were moving. After Li Zongjiu heard the movement, he also got up and looked behind him. In the jungle, a large number of soldiers in armor came out. Chapter 1303. Although they were just ordinary soldiers, Li Zongjiu exclaimed with a single glance. The equipment of these soldiers was quite excellent. The craftsmanship of the armor and the material of the armor were also extremely top-notch. It was obvious that they were much more advanced. Their craftsmanship and standards far exceeded those of the Holy Martial Continent. A large number of soldiers rushed out and surrounded the small wooden house that Li Zongjiu wanted him to stay in. "Who are you? Why are you at the Celestial Master Mountain?" A valiant female general riding a tall warhorse walked out. She sized up the wooden house and then looked at the iron pot placed on the matchstick in front of Li Zongjiu. Celestial Master Mountain? Li Zongjiu didn't know what kind of place the Celestial Master Mountain was, but one of the cavalrymen behind the woman walked out. "It's obvious that you're a spy from the fallen war realm. How dare you defile the Celestial Master Mountain? Take him down!" The man shouted sternly. Li Zongjiu was extremely surprised because the strength of these people in front of him looked very ordinary. Although Li Zongjiu didn't expect everyone in the Holy Martial Realm to be at the Supremacy Realm, the cavalrymen in front of him were at most at the Origin Ancestor Realm. Moreover, they seemed to be a powerful leader. This made Li Zongjiu even more surprised. However, even in the Holy Martial Realm, there would be areas where they were lagging behind. This was a very normal thing. Dozens of soldiers immediately surrounded Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu only raised his hand slightly, and a gust of energy blasted all the soldiers away, sending them flying back the way they came. Boom! When the cavalryman saw this, he also shouted and charged at Li Zongjiu. "No!" The female cavalryman beside him hurriedly tried to stop him, but it was too late. He was at the profound ancestor realm after all. Therefore, when he charged, a terrifying aura was formed. The spear in his hand was quite interesting. It was inlaid with various energy stones. The wind attribute was used to increase speed, the metal attribute was used to increase penetrating power, and the fire attribute was used to directly burn. The cavalryman stabbed at Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu only stretched out a hand and flicked his finger, sending the cavalryman flying from the back of his horse. Boom! The armor on his body suddenly exploded. After his armor was shattered, he fell to the ground with a loud thud. It was likely that he had suffered quite a heavy fall. "Colonel Liao!" Immediately, the armored soldiers ran in front of the young man and protected him completely. At the same time, they stared at Li Zongjiu in front of them with a rather fearful look in their eyes. "All of you stop!" The female general immediately raised her hand. At the same time, he took off his helmet, swung his long hair, and jumped down from the horse's back. She handed the helmet where the guards. "Be careful." Immediately, the guards around her said nervously. The other party's origin was unknown. If they rashly approached and the general was taken hostage, they would be in a very passive position. "I am Jiang Bai, the general of the Suishan country in the Battle of Time Realm. May I ask, are you the heavenly master of the Shang country?" Jiang Bai's bright eyes stared at Li Zongjiu, as if he wanted to find an answer from Li Zongjiu's eyes. However, Li Zongjiu's eyes only had a puzzled look. Not only was he puzzled by Jiang Bai's words, but he was also puzzled by the messy names. Battle of Time Realm? Heavenly Master of the Shang country? I'm not. Li Zongjiu also didn't know what a Heavenly Master of the Shang country was. However, seeing how respectful these people were, they should be a group of powerful people. After all, we are new here. We can't be too high profile. Since this is the sacred martial realm, it means that there are many top experts here. Even Li Zongjiu didn't dare to say that he could win against these experts. For example, the existence of the heavenly demon tribe was far beyond Li Zongjiu's limit. This was very unexpected for Li Zongjiu. He didn't expect to meet someone whose strength surpassed his in the sacred martial realm. Even with the cultivation of his previous life, he probably couldn't defeat this guy. Since this is the sacred martial realm, there should be people stronger than the heavenly demon tribe. Therefore, Li Zongjiu needed to keep a low profile. Jiang Bai saw Li Zongjiu's denial and was quite puzzled by their battle of time. Immediately he was moved. May I ask if Senior is a secluded cultivator? Have you been in seclusion for hundreds of years? Don't talk so much nonsense to test me. Come here and tell me in detail about the situation here. Li Zongjiu said as he pointed at Jiang Bai. How dare you? The soldiers around Jiang Bai were furious. What is the meaning of this? Is he treating us as a tour guide? How dare he come here and explain the situation to you? Who do you think you are? Shut up! Jiang Bai scolded. Are all the soldiers around him so blind? Can't you see that he can kill you if he wants to? Even if you brought 500 people, they won't even be enough for him to move his little finger. How dare you make a fuss here? You are simply courting death. Jiang Bai immediately unsheathed his sword. Jiang Bai knew that even if he carried a sword, he wouldn't be able to defend himself. Therefore, he decided to be generous. At least, he wanted to make Li Zongjiu happy and feel good. He came to Li Zongjiu's side and bowed. Then, he directly sat on the ground without any etiquette. Then, Jiang Bai began to explain the situation to Li Zongjiu. During the conversation, Jiang Bai guessed that Li Zongjiu should be the legendary secluded cultivator. He heard that this kind of person had an extremely high cultivation base and strength. However, they often went into seclusion for an unknown period of time. Every time they came out of seclusion, no one knew when they came out. This kind of person was powerful and carefree. They were pursuing the end of cultivation all their lives. They were unwilling to participate in any of the chaotic battles in this world. However, Jiang Bai hoped to get Li Zongjiu's help. After listening for a long time, Li Zongjiu finally understood the situation. Currently, the sacred martial realm was divided into upper and lower borders. The upper borders controlled the resources and life and death of the lower borders. At the same time, they also had their own enemies. It could be said that the entire sacred martial realm was divided into two major forces. The fallen cultivators. These cultivators worshipped the power of the demon god. The closest gathering place of the fallen cultivators was called the fallen battlefield. It was a vast and resource-rich region with all kinds of tribes living there. There were 3 major tribes in the fallen battlefield that controlled the situation. Jiang Bai was in the Battle of Time. In the Battle of Time, there were 6 lower kingdoms. In addition to the 6 main kingdoms, there were also many city lords who had formed an alliance directly. Together, they formed the Battle of Time. They fought against the fallen battlefield. They blocked the enemy's invasion. Chapter 1304. After listening for a long time, Li Zongjiu roughly understood the situation. At present, the most direct contact was the battle between good and evil between the fallen battlefield and the Battle of Time. If the fallen battlefield invaded, they would directly swallow up a peaceful territory and change it into a world under their control. They would be reduced to the so-called leadership of the gods and devils. Of course, the upper nation would not sit idly by. At the critical moment, they would step in to stop and turn the situation around. However, the situation was very simple. If one side was strong, the other side would also be strong. The situation would become even more chaotic. Therefore, the situation had not escalated yet. However, the war broke out day and night. They could be attacked by these fallen tribes at any time and place. It was quite dangerous. Especially recently, a major kingdom in the Battle of Time was directly conquered yesterday. This made the situation of the Battle of Time even more critical. Now, there was not much territory left in the upper nation. It was almost surrounded by the fallen battlefield. However, because of the existence of the heavenly master of the upper nation, he would often take action at the critical moment and directly kill the powerful fallen cultivators. Every nation would also establish a heavenly master mountain. They prayed and worshipped day and night, praying for the heavenly master to come and save the battlefield. Under the upper nation, there were now only 16 battlefields left. However, there were more than 50 battlefields in the fallen battlefield. There was a great disparity in strength between the two sides. The heavenly master of the upper nation naturally needed to oversee the important places. Sometimes he simply could not care about these situations. Today, the general of the lower nation, Jiang Bai, immediately brought people over after sensing the movement in the heavenly master mountain. Originally, she came to kneel and worship, thinking that a heavenly master would come. However, who knew that the person who appeared was someone she had never seen before? Moreover, the person was excessively young, which did not match the image of the heavenly master she had seen before. She knew that the person in front of her was most likely not from the heavenly master of the upper nation. However, after her subordinate, Adjunct Liao, tested the strength of these people, she thoroughly understood the strength of these people. Therefore, Jiang Bai did not care about the identity of the other party at this moment. Anyway, it was fine as long as he was not from the fallen battlefield. Moreover, the Heavenly Master Mountain itself was also protected by the power of the Heavenly Master. The people who could appear here were definitely not simple. The reason why her subordinates were restless all day was because the battle in the past 2 days was too intense. Just call me Li Zongjiu. Jiang Bai also addressed him as Cultivator Li Zongjiu. Everyone in the sacred martial realm also addressed him as Cultivator Zongjiu. At this moment, Qi Yanran finished her cultivation. When she walked out, she saw the situation around her. She was a little worried at first, but after sensing it, she found that these people were very weak, so she was not worried anymore. Yanran, this is the general of the Sui country, Jiang Bai. This is my fiancé, Qi Yanran, Li Zongjiu said. He introduced Qi Yanran generously, but Qi Yanran blushed at once. She thought to herself, who is your fiancé? You haven't even proposed. However, Qi Yanran's body was very honest and generously accepted this title. This blockhead was finally enlightened. Greetings, Cultivator Qi. Just call me Yanran. Aren't we disturbing her? Qi Yanran walked in front of Li Zongjiu and held Li Zongjiu's arm. After seeing Qi Yanran at a close distance, Jiang Bai immediately felt an extremely strong sense of inferiority. The woman in front of him, whether it was her temperament or appearance, was unique and unparalleled in the world. After seeing her, people couldn't take their eyes off her. Jiang Bai thought that he was excellent. At the age of 20, he had killed thousands of fallen cultivators. His outstanding military achievements directly made Jiang Bai the most dazzling young man in the entire Sui country. Countless suitors came to her, but none of them were good enough. In Jiang Bai's eyes, he was also excellent. Ordinary men were not worthy of her. But when he saw Qi Yanran, although he didn't know her better, he compared her temperament in an instant. Even Jiang Bai felt extremely inferior when he saw her. The surrounding soldiers were even more stunned. They didn't even know how to turn their eyes. If Qi Yanran asked them to put down their weapons now, they would willingly put down their weapons without any threat. Li Zongjiu suddenly snorted coldly, awakening these people from their intoxicated state. Everyone felt as if a sudden clap of thunder had exploded in their minds, and their entire bodies instantly sobered up. If Li Zongjiu didn't wake these people up, their saliva would probably flow into a river. We're sorry for our rudeness, but the Celestial Master Mountain is too cold and quiet. It's not a place to stay for a long time. My general's mansion has a good guest room. If you don't mind, please come to my mansion. Jiang Bai quickly woke up and said. After taking such a big detour, it was all for the sake of inviting Li Zongjiu and Yi Shiwen out of the mountain. If he could get the two of them to take action, those people from the fallen war realm would not be able to pose a threat. Of course, Jiang Bai didn't expect them to take the initiative to help, but in times of crisis they would help. Otherwise, the residents of the Sui country would also fall into an abyss of suffering. The consequences would be terrible. The existence of Jiang Bai and the others was to use their lives to block this threat. Do you want to go? Li Zongjiu looked at Qi Yanran. I'll listen to you. Okay, then let's go. Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran both knew Jiang Bai's intention. They had just come from the Xingu continent, so they weren't clear about the situation here. Therefore, they needed to figure out the situation and find the teleportation array. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to return to the Xingu continent. Since that was the case, they naturally needed to get in touch with these people to get more information. Jiang Bai's face suddenly revealed a look of surprise. Suddenly, a loud and urgent horn sound came from the sky above the Celestial Master Mountain. Listening to the horn sound, it seemed to resound through the entire sky. When Jiang Bai and the others heard this sound, their faces suddenly changed. Everyone, get on your horses! Go to the front line of the city gate. Jiang Bai also took the helmet and sword handed over by his subordinates, then turned and landed on the back of the horse. The two of you, the battle is urgent. Please forgive us if there is any inconvenience. We will come to you after the battle. Jiang Bai's expression was extremely solemn. After he finished speaking, he immediately led the hundreds of soldiers out of Celestial Master Mountain. They did not waste even a second of time. They couldn't care less about continuing to talk with Li Zhongjiu and the others. In the blink of an eye, they all left. Just after these people left, intense and concentrated sounds of explosions came from afar. Rumble. Qi Yanran glanced at Li Zhongjiu. Let's go and have a look. I will explain the situation here to you on the way. Okay, Lord Fiancé. Chapter 1305. The city that Jiang Bai and the others were guarding was called Suishan City. There were 1.5 million civilians in the city, and more than 200,000 soldiers were stationed here. But even so, in the face of the attacks of the powerful fallen ones, it was still quite troublesome, and often there would be extremely tragic sacrifices. When Jiang Bai and the others arrived at the city wall, the first wave had already begun fighting. Fortunately, they had powerful firearms provided by the upper country. It was enough to release a powerful artillery attack. The AoE damage caused by these cannons was also quite terrifying. The fallen ones were also extremely wary of these cannons. Sometimes, even if they had to sacrifice more, they would first blow up these cannons. Whether it was in terms of numbers or individual combat ability, these fallen ones were more powerful. Moreover, every attack was unusually fierce, which made it more and more difficult for these people to resist. How's the battle going? Jiang Bai heard the roar of the cannons, and the ground was shaking violently, making people feel incomparably shocked. Outside the city wall, an overwhelming number of figures were rapidly approaching, as if they were not afraid of death, fiercely rushing forward. Reporting to the general, this time, there are a total of 5 tribes in the fallen battlefield, and they are jointly attacking. What? 5? Jiang Bai and the others' faces suddenly changed, and at the same time, they took a pair of binoculars from their subordinates and immediately saw the battle flags of the 5 major tribes fluttering in the wind. Moreover, the chiefs of the 5 major tribes were also fighting, and the people around them were the elders of their respective tribes. They sat on the spacious lathe. There were also fruits and other things in their hand. While admiring the battle in front of them, they also enjoyed the things in their hands. And these people from the fallen clan no longer looked like complete humans. It was more like a combination of humans and beasts. Why do these people look so strange? Qi Yanran and Li Zhongjiu both flew and landed on the city wall, looking down at the situation below, and were immediately shocked by the appearance of these half-beastmen. There were actually such people, and so many of them. It should be related to the cultivation method, and they gave up some of the characteristics of the human race, so they are called the Fallen Ones. Li Zhongjiu thought to himself, that should be the case. He was neither a human nor a ghost. It was a little disgusting to see it appear in front of his eyes. He actually gave up being a good human and chose to become such a strange half-beast. It was precisely because they had become half-beastmen that they were extremely powerful and their physiques were incomparable to ordinary humans. Those 5 are almost at the Yuan King realm. Qi Yanran looked at the chiefs of the 5 tribes. In the past, a Yuan monarch was indeed very strong. However, the current Qi Yanran could crush a Yuan monarch to death with a casual flick of her little finger without any hesitation. The battle at the front line had already begun, and both sides were clashing head-on. The only advantage the human race had was that their equipment was of the highest quality. On the other hand, the beastmen were in an extremely primitive state, and the weapons they used were the simplest stone axes and the like. The construction of the city walls here was also quite special. It was built using a kind of stepped city wall. There were a total of 5 city walls. The first one was also the shortest, about 10 meters tall. The second one was about 50 meters apart, which was double the height of the original one, and was 20 meters tall. The third one was 30 meters tall, the fourth one was 40 meters tall, and the fifth one was 60 meters tall. The fifth city wall was also the last defensive wall. If the enemy rushed to the fifth city wall, it would be equivalent to breaking through more than half of the city wall. Even if they defended to the death, the success rate would not be too high, and they would eventually be overrun. Now there was an extremely fierce battle at the first city wall. The enemy's attack was quite fierce, and it was almost impossible to reach. In the blink of an eye there were countless casualties. The enemy had mobilized at least 1 million people. Moreover, there were also quite a number of experts. The garrison on the first city wall was quickly defeated by the enemy. Immediately, the front line quickly retreated to the second city wall. Previously, Qi Yanran had also seen some advanced weapons in the research center of the White Deer Mansion, which used vitality stones as the power source. However, such products were not very developed in the Holy Martial Continent. However, in the Holy Martial Realm, these origin energy weapons were quite developed. There were all kinds of origin energy weapons, but Qi Yanran took a look and found that they could only deal with ordinary beastmen. For example, the 5 Yuan monarchs could only be harmed by those long, fixed cannons. Otherwise, they would only be able to kill these small soldiers with such weapons. Boom, boom, boom. Those cannons were called origin energy cannons. Every time a cannon was fired, 1 upper-grade vitality stone would be consumed. Fortunately, upper-grade vitality stones were not considered precious in the Holy Martial Realm. Seeing the boxes of upper-grade vitality stones being used in the battle, Qi Yanran felt quite a bit of heartache. The vitality stones that the Qi family painstakingly mined were being used up here as if they were worthless. Sure enough, the resources that people of different levels cared about were different. They don't seem to be able to hold on for much longer. Although Li Zongjiu did not know how to fight, it did not take long for the second city wall to be breached. There were more than 10,000 soldiers who died on the city wall alone. Under such a fierce attack, the enemy's morale soared. Finally, one of the tribe leaders held back and wanted to give it a try. After all, such a grand scene was enough to make these people's most primitive animal instincts erupt. Roar! Watch me dismantle those origin energy cannons. The half-beastman tribe leader carried a 3-meter-long stone axe and rushed forward with a leap. Formation breaker, get ready. Follow me to kill the leader of this tribe. Jiang Bai immediately roared when he saw the other party leaving his tent. This gave Jiang Bai an opportunity to strike. The morale of his troops had plummeted. He needed to kill a few important leaders of the other party. Only then would he be able to reinvigorate the morale of his troop. Immediately, the 100 people of the formation breaker were ready to go. There was a special passage on the city wall for Jiang Bai and the others to move. Charge! Facing the hundreds of thousands of fallen soldiers outside the city wall, Jiang Bai did not have the slightest hesitation or fear. In such a battle, if he was afraid, there would only be one end, which was death. The mighty team immediately rushed out. Like a sharp knife, they cut open a gap in the army of the fallen and rushed directly to one of the leaders of the other side who had come out of the formation. Come on! Immediately, he waved the axe in his hand and chopped off the head of the person in front of him because they were blocking the way. The Wu capture barracks. protected Jiang Bai as they killed their way out, directly attacking the root of the problem. Chapter 1306. The scene of Jiang Bai charging forward bravely was witnessed by the defenders of Suishan City. Immediately, the war drums thundered, stirring the hearts of the people. Everyone waved the weapons in their hands and shouted hysterically, all for the sake of this battle. Seeing that their own general was so brave and fierce, they could not help but respect him. In the face of such a life-and-death battle, he was willing to charge at the forefront. It was no wonder that the soldiers behind him were willing to sacrifice their lives for such a general. Li Zongjiu also looked at the weapon in his hand. It seemed to be quite strong. Adjunct Liao, who had wanted to deal with Li Zongjiu previously, was on the city wall as a reserve commander. However, at this moment, Adjunct Liao was also preparing for his next move. If there was a chance, he would definitely rescue Jiang Bai. They had to support each other, not abandon each other, and not give up on each other. Only then would they be able to resolve this matter perfectly and win this battle. Boom! While Jiang Bai and the others were surrounded, Jiang Bai instantly took out a lightning bead and threw it forward. It formed a large amount of lightning energy and directly killed a large number of beastmen. However, at this moment, the beastman leader took the initiative to charge towards Jiang Bai. He leaped up and chopped down with the giant axe in his hand. Immediately, he chopped down on the ground, forming an extremely terrifying explosive force that spread out in all directions. Rumble! Immediately, the defensive troops of the capture barracks were directly defeated by the opponent's axe. Boom! At least a dozen corpses were sent flying in the air. It was an extremely tragic end. Jiang Bai's body was obstructed, but there was also a floating shield in front of him. With this shield, he was able to block a lot of the shock waves and stop his body. Fortunately, the power was not too strong. Although Jiang Bai's strength was only at the Yuanzhong realm, with the help of the weapon in his hand, it was enough to create a considerable amount of power. At least, the effect that he could exert was relatively strong. It was enough to be on par with a Yuan King expert. Come on! Jiang Bai had experience fighting against Yuan monarchs, but he had never managed to kill one. If Yuan monarchs were so easy to kill, this battle wouldn't have been so difficult. It was unknown how many lives had been lost. Although the number of soldiers in Suishan City was sufficient, most of them were just rookies and couldn't form much of an effective fighting force. However, as long as they persevered through today, these people would also become experienced veterans on the battlefield. Their usefulness would be unimaginably powerful. There were less than 20 brothers of the formation breaker left, and they didn't think of escaping. Instead, they guarded Jiang Bai and killed all the orc troops that surrounded them. The more he killed, the slower the blade in his hand became. They immediately looked at each other. One by one, they detonated a button in their hand. Immediately, dozens of terrifying powers spread out and exploded. The power of these explosions turned all the half-beastmen within a radius of 10 meters into powder. But at the same time, he also turned into a bloody mist. Immediately, the blood mist filled the air, condensing and not dispersing. Seeing this scene, the people on the city walls all clenched the weapons in their hand. Facing these beastmen who were about to charge up, they all gave their most furious attacks. He turned his grief and anger into strength. He killed all the people in front of him. Boom! Streaks of terrifying power were released. This battle was quite effective. Jiang Bai also used all her means. Li Zongjiu could see that Jiang Bai's strength wasn't very good, and the gap between her and the opponent was quite obvious. However, some of the origin energy weapons in Jiang Bai's hands were quite powerful. She could easily blast people into pieces. Among them, Jiang Bai also had a shield in her hand, which was enough to resist the opponent's attack and rebound all the power of the opponent's attack. Clang! Clang! Jiang Bai's figure retreated again and again. She felt the power of the opponent's attack. When the attack came, Jiang Bai kept retreating. Although the opponent's power was blocked by the origin energy weapons in her hand. However, the remaining force was enough to force her back to this point. Damn it! Jiang Bai always held a dagger in her hand, and she was looking for an opportunity to stab the half-beastman in front of her with the dagger. As long as she stabbed the half-beastman, she would be able to kill him. At this moment, Jiang Bai was also enduring the force of the other party's attacks. Jiang Bai felt as if his arms were about to break. Then, Jiang Bai's heart sank slightly. The continuous resistance made the half-beastman leader in front of her impatient. After a few continuous attacks, he finally revealed a flaw. However, just as this flaw appeared, a figure quickly attacked. Boom! A person appeared directly from the side. Then, a huge iron staff swung over. When Jiang Bai saw this, he felt a strong gust of wind slapping his face. Bang! Jiang Bai was directly sent flying. Her figure suddenly flew hundreds of meters away. Puff! Jiang Bai directly spat out a mouthful of blood. This sudden attack caught Jiang Bai off guard, and she couldn't even resist the terrifying power. Jiang Bai was instantly seriously injured and fell to the ground. When the people in Suishan City saw this scene, they immediately felt distressed. Seeing their general in such a dangerous situation made them even more nervous, and they immediately wanted to rush out of the city. General! General! Everyone roared angrily. Even Adjunct Liao directly ordered people to open the city gate, but the guards in charge of the city gate had already received General Jiang Bai's order. If she died outside, they must not open the gate. Adjunct Liao, the overall situation is more important. Adjunct Liao, the overall situation is more important. Please think thrice before you act. Everyone stepped forward and said. However, this also caused Adjunct Liao to be immediately blocked, and he even missed the best opportunity to rescue Jiang Bai. If he also went down, there would be no one on the city wall to guard and command, and the result would be that the city wall would be breached. Jiang Bai turned over and stood up, but she no longer had the strength to resist the attack of the half-beastmen. The half-beastmen around her were about to swallow Jiang Bai. At this moment, a white figure descended from the sky. Boom! After the person landed, he directly released a strong impact, and directly sent the half-beastman within a radius of 500 meters flying. It directly formed a vacuum zone. Boom! Boom! Even the two orc leaders were sent flying by the impact. Chapter 1307. When he saw the person in front of him, Jiang Bai heaved a sigh of relief. However, when Jiang Bai saw the changes brought about by this person, he was shocked. It was the girl just now. Jiang Bai originally thought that Li Zongjiu would be the one to attack. After all, Li Zongjiu was the one who looked strong. However, when he saw Qi Yanran in front of him, he was stunned. All of a sudden, he was stunned. Was Qi Yanran's strength also so strong? No, it seemed that Qi Yanran's strength was even stronger than Li Zongjiu's. Roar! Seeing this, the two orc leaders immediately roared. They couldn't wait to kill Qi Yanran in front of them. She had actually sent them flying just now. However, at this moment they were in a killing frenzy. Naturally, they didn't care about these things. They must kill Qi Yanran as well. Boom! Immediately, the two of them burst out with terrifying power and charged toward Qi Yanran and Jiang Bai. Miss Qi, be careful. These two are Yuan kings. Jiang Bai said hurriedly. Qi Yanran waved her hand gently. Suddenly, a white light swept out from her wrist. Boom! The white light instantly turned into a cold light and blasted toward the two orcs. Whoosh! Whoosh! The white light flashed gently and split the two Yuan monarch beastmen in front of him into two halves. Obviously, the light in her hand was extremely sharp. At the same time, Qi Yanran waved her hand. Before the orcs in the surroundings could react, the white light easily passed through their bodies. These orcs were easily cut into two halves. Bang! 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 Immediately, these beastmen were split in half with a loud bang. Bang! 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 Within a radius of 1,000 meters, the half-beastmen were instantly killed wherever they passed. blood continued to gush out from the wound. Immediately, it spread out and converged into a river of blood. The originally boiling battle cries also instantly quieted down, causing everyone to feel quite shocked and extremely shocked. Even the people in Suishan City were stunned. All the soldiers rubbed their eyes. They weren't mistaken, were they? There were at least 1,000,000 fallen ones. Just a moment ago, they were as lively as a pot of boiling water. Now, they had become a pool of blood in the blink of an eye. Blood continued to gather. Blood gushed out of the wound non-stop. Qi Yanran grabbed Jiang Bai with one hand and leaped back to the city wall. Jiang Bai only felt his eyes flicker for a moment before he found himself back on the city wall. It was truly too miraculous and shocking. The young lady seemed to be around the same age as her, but what did she do? With a wave of her hand, she annihilated the half-beastman army. Was this really happening? Could it be that she was hallucinating? Even if the real heavenly master of the upper kingdom came, he might not have such means. It wasn't just these ordinary orcs. In fact, even the 3 leaders who had yet to make a move were directly obliterated. Indiscriminate attacks had obliterated all of them. All dead. Everyone's eyes were also filled with shock and horror. When they saw this scene, they even confirmed with their comrades that they were not dreaming. Liao Qinjun and the others on the city wall gasped when they saw this scene. When they looked at Qi Yanran, the look in his eyes had already changed from amazement to complete worship. She was a god. A goddess. She must be the goddess of the holy heavens. The goddess of the holy heavens. The one who attacked just now must be the legendary goddess of the holy heavens. Someone shouted loudly. The goddess of the holy heavens had easily obliterated millions of half-beastmen. Wiping out the 5 fallen armies in front of him left everyone feeling incomparably shocked. They were even more excited and shocked. The goddess of the holy heavens! The goddess of the holy heavens! Everyone shouted loudly. Jiang Bai also realized that Qi Yanran's attack had completely convinced the soldiers in front of him. Are you really? Jiang Bai looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. However, Qi Yanran only shook her head gently. You can deal with the rest yourself. Qi Yanran did not want to see such a good girl sacrificed in vain. In such a long period of war, it was extremely easy for many respected and worshipped war heroes to appear. However, many people would be forgotten or even forgotten by others. It was difficult to get in touch with them and understand them. Therefore, Qi Yanran also hoped that she could save some of this tragedy. Immediately, Qi Yanran's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Then, she appeared beside Li Zongjiu. Jiang Bai also ordered to go out of the city to clean up the battlefield. At least, they had to pick up the corpses of their brothers from the formation breaker. At the same time, Jiang Bai had already made a plan to counterattack. The other side occupied the frontier fortress, which was why they could form such a large-scale joint attack. At this moment, most of the other side's elite troops were lost here. However, the combat power of Suishan City did not suffer too much loss. Immediately, these people set off to take down this important passage. You won't blame me for changing their fate, right? Qi Yanran returned to Li Zongjiu's side. She asked softly. Everyone had their own fate. Even in the view of many cultivators, the great Tao could not be violated. If something happened, they naturally needed to maintain the status quo. Because changing a person's fate was very likely to cause a chain reaction. It would cause a series of effects, and sometimes even have some bad effects on oneself. Li Zongjiu looked at Qi Yanran in confusion. What's wrong with that? A real expert goes against the heavens. If he wants to go against the heavens, he will go against the heavens. If he wants to go against the Tao, he will go against the Tao. No one in the world can stop him from doing anything, Li Zongjiu said heroically. One had to know that Li Zongjiu had always believed in these things. As the evil lord of this generation, he did not need anything else. As long as he was strong, he naturally had everything else. Therefore, Li Zongjiu did not care about other people's opinions. As for what was the heavens and the Tao, it was hard to say. However, as long as he adhered to his own heart, there would be no problem. At least in Li Zongjiu's opinion. Even this time, he even came back to life to go against the heavens and change the fate of the entire Li family. To change all the disasters and pain in his previous life. Of course, only those with great strength could achieve this. Chapter 1308. Nearly 1,000,000 fallen ones were wiped out. Even the people who were cleaning up the battlefield could not believe such a shocking scene. Every corpse had died in an extremely straightforward manner. Not only were they severed, but before their bodies were severed, they had already lost all signs of life. She was indeed the saintess. Everyone was also muttering the name of the saintess. After all, only the legendary saintess could do such a thing. Obviously, Jiang Bai did not explain so much. Instead of telling them that she did not know the identities of Qi Yanran and Jiang Bai, it was better to just admit that they were mysterious. After Qi Yanran's attack, Adjunct Liao, who was originally biased against Li Zongjiu, did not dare to say anything at this moment. He did not even dare to act rashly in front of Li Zongjiu, because they could not stop Li Zongjiu's skills. The strength that Qi Yanran displayed was extremely terrifying. She was as powerful as the legendary saintess. It was possible that she was really the saintess of the holy altar. The battlefield was cleaned up for a day. That night, Jiang Bai directly led people to attack the Black Snake Ridge Fortress. This place was an important place. If they could take it down, it would greatly improve the pace of their attack, and at the same time, stop the Fallen War Realm's attack. It was a very beautiful battle. Order 50,000 people to patrol and station here. If they find anyone from the Fallen War Realm, kill them without mercy. In addition, immediately dispatch 20,000 craftsmen from the city to build the Black Snake Ridge Fortress. Jiang Bai said as she sat on the warhorse. When she looked around, she saw that the country under her feet had been conquered again. Such a long-awaited victory was quite rare for Jiang Bai. It should be known that under the current situation, the human clan cultivators could only bitterly resist the attacks of the half-orc. In the end, they could only be defeated. Once it was breached, who knew how many humans would be sacrificed? At that time, they would find that more and more people were sacrificed. There were fewer and fewer survivors. If the fallen war mirror were to devour the entire continent one day, who knew what kind of scene it would be? It was precisely because of the urgent battle situation that they were in such a predicament. Countless generals had already died in front of them. Therefore, when it came to Jiang Bai, she was directly promoted to the position of general. Fortunately, Jiang Bai's strength wasn't weak. At first, these soldiers thought that they were going to die. They didn't expect such a girl to be the leader of an army of 200,000 soldiers. However, the strength and boldness that Jiang Bai displayed made these people truly feel the terror of his strength. Moreover, today's victory would definitely reach the ears of the Sui Kingdom's king. This time, he would definitely be rewarded and rewarded. It would make people envious. All in all, taking back the Black Snake Mountain Fortress was equivalent to stabilizing his territory. Furthermore, the 5 tribes of the Fallen War territory could be considered the main force. Now, all of them had died in battle without a single survivor. This could be considered a heavy blow to the Fallen War realm. At the very least, it would allow the countries in the War of Time to take a breather. Immediately, the people of Suishan City started to move frantically. If they moved a little faster, they would have a higher chance of survival, and they would be able to save more people. Jiang Bai also ordered people to prepare some precious gift. There were several pieces of transcendent-grade primordial stones. After coming to Suishan City again, he asked around and found out that Li Zongjiu and Jiang Bai were staying in an inn in the city. Now, the inn's business couldn't be done at all. It wasn't easy for 2 guests to come, and this made the innkeeper very happy. He wanted to extort a good sum of money from them. After all, it was chaotic these days. Who knew if they would stay here today and lose their heads the next day? However, on the second day, the hero of Suishan City, General Jiang Bai, came personally. General Jiang Bai was brave and good at fighting. Moreover, he had charged at the front lines many times. His outstanding achievements were remembered by the people, so they naturally knew his identity. When he saw Jiang Bai, the manager welcomed him with a smile. There's no need to be so polite. Let me ask you, where are the 2 guests who stayed yesterday? After all, only the soldiers were able to see the grand scene of the Saints killing millions of fallen soldiers with a single move. As for the others, they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. They had only heard of it. Therefore, they didn't know the identity of Qi Yanran and Jiang Bai. However, the 2 of them seemed to be from outside the city. Moreover, they were quite generous when they took out 2 high-grade primordial stones. That was why the manager had the guts to rob them. They're resting upstairs. Did the 2 of them commit a crime? The manager was a little nervous. I heard that your inn is famous for being unscrupulous. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you offend the 2 of them, your entire family can forget about living. Jiang Bai glanced at the shopkeeper. When Jiang Bai was talking to Li Zongjiu, his attitude was gentle. However, this did not mean that Jiang Bai was also gentle when talking to these people. In fact, it was very obvious. I dare not. It's just a small business, a small business. The manager hurriedly retreated after hearing Jiang Bai's words. He was thinking about when to return the 2 high-grade primordial stones. After all, it was a large sum of money. If the 2 of them knew that he was deliberately cheating them of their money, the consequences would be troublesome. Perhaps what General Jiang Bai said would be true. You guys go back to the barracks first. If you have any problems, you can report to me at any time. Jiang Bai said to several of his deputies. At least one of you should stay. In case something happens, we have to take care of each other. A deputy general said. His general liked to be direct and efficient like this. He was never sloppy. Go down. Adjunct Liao, you go down too. Jiang Bai added. What? General? Adjunct Liao was stunned. Jiang Bai also noticed that Adjunct Liao was arrogant and had a feeling that he wanted to target Li Zongjiu. This was a very dangerous signal. After all, according to Jiang Bai's observation, Li Zongjiu was actually a more powerful person. Otherwise, why would a strong person like Qi Yanran follow such a young man? As for Adjunct Liao, looking at his eagerness, Jiang Bai didn't know what he would do. Jiang Bai, this is not a battlefield. Do you want to order me around? Come on, take Adjunct Liao away. Several deputies looked a little embarrassed, but soon they became firm. Although Adjunct Liao was a relative of the emperor, in the army, Jiang Bai had the highest authority. Chapter 1309. Adjunct Liao was considered an expert in the army. But there was always one bad thing about him. Because he was a member of the royal family, he often didn't know his position and often overstepped his authority, which made Jiang Bai very unhappy. Usually, there wasn't any big situation, so he endured it. After all, he might die one day, so there was no need to care so much. But this time, he finally had a chance to save the country. He absolutely couldn't let this guy ruin it. Cough cough, Jiang Bai sat in his seat. His injuries hadn't recovered yet, so he immediately coughed a few times. There was even a trace of blood in his mouth. However, Jiang Bai acted as if nothing had happened. After wiping the blood off, he sat like this, waiting for the arrival of Li Zongjiu or Qi Yanran. General, this bowl of red dates and lotus seed soup can replenish your blood and qi. Drink it quickly. The shopkeeper served a bowl of steaming lotus seed soup and handed it to Jiang Bai. Thank you. Jiang Bai touched his waist pocket and found that he forgot to bring money. In other words, Jiang Bai didn't need to bring money at all. He was running around the battlefield every day. Why would he bring money? To bribe the enemy? General, the lives of our people in Suishan City were saved by you. How can you charge for this bowl of lotus seed soup? the shopkeeper hurriedly said. Seeing Jiang Bai's action, he naturally didn't want Jiang Bai to pay. If he even took this money, he would be too black-hearted. In that case, he would suffer retribution in the future. Remember it first, I will ask someone to send it later. After Jiang Bai finished speaking, he directly drank the bowl of lotus seed soup in one gulp. It could be considered as slightly alleviating the injuries in his body. Are you looking for me? Just as Jiang Bai put down the bowl, a voice suddenly sounded beside him. It also made Jiang Bai stand up with a whoosh. Please forgive me, senior. Jiang Bai had no choice. Jiang Bai quickly said. Li Zongjiu in front of him could definitely be said to be a ghost. He actually appeared in front of Jiang Bai in an instant, which made Jiang Bai completely unprepared. However, when Jiang Bai suddenly stood up, he once again aggravated the injuries in his body. Immediately, he coughed continuously because the aura in his body was not smooth. Li Zongjiu glanced at Jiang Bai's condition. The condition of his body could be said to be terrible. Although Qi Yanran fought in today's battle, Jiang Bai was actually in a state of near death. He was hanging on by his own breath. Senior, please take action and save us from the battle of time. Just as Jiang Bai was about to kneel down, Li Zongjiu reached out and gently pulled him up. You're about to die, yet you're still fighting for your life here. Li Zongjiu said. Jiang Bai's eyes dimmed. He was the only one who knew his own body's condition. It was precisely because his condition was so critical that he might not be able to hold on for more than a few days that Jiang Bai could not wait to find Li Zongjiu. Senior, please take action and save us from the danger of the battle of time. If you are willing to take action, you can easily save millions of lives. Jiang Bai said firmly. I don't care about these things. If you can give me what I want, I will give you what you want. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and said, indicating that he did not care about things like reputation at all. Therefore, he did not need to think about using these things to bind him. May I know what senior wants? Jiang Bai looked curiously at Li Zongjiu in front of him. He was already such an expert, what else could he not get? I need to know all the information about the teleportation array. Li Zongjiu said. Originally, Li Zongjiu could leave here and go to a higher level to look for clues. However, since Li Zongjiu and Jiang Bai came here, there might be a reason behind it. Moreover, Li Zongjiu still had not figured out the level of the top experts in the sacred martial realm. Before he made a breakthrough, he still needed to have enough strength to protect himself. Teleportation array? Jiang Bai was stunned. Then, he looked at Li Zongjiu in front of him with an extremely strange look in his eyes. Senior, have you been in seclusion for more than 3,000 years? 3,000 years ago, the 10 major teleportation arrays in the sacred martial realm carried out the ritual of the fallen at almost the same time, directly bringing countless fallen cultivators. Then, these fallen cultivators continued to be teleported out from the teleportation arrays. 2,000 years ago, the experts of the human race gathered in the sacred martial realm and joined forces to destroy 7 teleportation arrays, greatly slowing down the speed of the fallen cultivators' teleportation. But from that moment on, the vitality of the human race's sacred martial realm was greatly damaged. Now, 3 teleportation arrays are under the control of the fallen cultivators. Jiang Bai said. Li Zongjiu understood when he heard this. He did not expect the sacred martial realm to undergo such a great change 3,000 years ago. It could even be said that it was an earth-shattering change. Therefore, when he heard about this matter, he was quite shocked. The remaining 3 teleportation arrays are completely protected by the fallen cultivators. The experts of the sacred martial realm have organized several attempts, but in the end they all failed. They did not destroy the teleportation arrays, but they did slow down the speed of the fallen cultivators' teleportation. They set up some traps. If any fallen cultivators were to teleport here within 100 years, the weak ones would be directly obliterated in the arrays. Only the strong ones could survive. I see. It seems that it will be a little troublesome. Li Zongjiu nodded, then looked at the pale-faced Jiang Bai in front of him. With a wave of his hand, a stream of yuan qi was injected into Jiang Bai's body. It immediately helped Jiang Bai recover from his internal injuries, whether they were new ones or old ones. It only took 5 or 6 seconds for Jiang Bai's body to undergo a drastic change. Jiang Bai's eyes regained their radiance, and the light in his eyes was quite dazzling. He couldn't believe that the injuries in his body had healed just like that. Even if he were to recuperate now, it would take at least 3 to 5 years for him to recover. Moreover, the process would consume a lot of treasures of heaven and earth to complete it. However, in less than 5 seconds, Li Zongjiu was able to heal all of his injuries. Who is the strongest cultivator now? Where is he? What is his cultivation level? Li Zongjiu didn't care about Jiang Bai's shock and gratitude. Even Jiang Bai was in a dazed and surprised state. The strongest cultivator? Jiang Bai immediately understood when he heard Li Zongjiu's words. The strongest cultivators are the 7 saint immortals of the sacred martial realm. Apart from them, the sacred martial realm is under the sacred martial realm. The heavenly masters of the 5 great nations are all absolute saints. There are a total of 20 of them. Now, these 20 heavenly masters of the great nations are confronting the enemy's top fallen army. Although we have 1,000,000 soldiers here, it's actually just a small battlefield. Jiang Bai said. Li Zongjiu had a rough idea of the situation after hearing this. There were more than 20 absolute saints, and the saint immortals were obviously stronger than the absolute saints. This was just the number on the surface. In reality, there might be several times more than this. However, among the human race, so many experts were unable to destroy the fallen race. Instead, they were showing a tenacious resistance. This meant that there were even more experts in the biological world. Chapter 13:10. Li Zongjiu also understood the general situation from Jiang Bai. It seemed that it would not be easy to find the transmission array and leave this place. Even after such a long time, the Holy Mountain's top experts still hadn't been dealt with. Clearly, the fallen race had some ability. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to jump around until now. Moreover, the more they jumped around, the more powerful they became. Okay, I got it. You can go back first, Li Zongjiu said. There was a pleading look in Jiang Bai's eyes because she did not receive any response from Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu also did not say that he would help, nor did he say that he would not help. This made Jiang Bai have a glimmer of hope in her heart. Naturally, she hoped that Li Zongjiu and Jiang Bai could help. However, it was obviously whimsical to ask them to help for free. Senior Yanran has killed millions of fallen people today. Her body must be contaminated with the fallen qi. The experts of the fallen clan will soon come to find us. Jiang Bai said. It was precisely because the generals had killed too many fallen ones that they were assassinated by the other party's experts. Therefore, most of the generals died in the assassination. The fallen clan was not afraid of constantly replacing generals. After all, as long as the fallen qi accumulated to a certain extent, the fallen clan would send assassins. Just the appearance of today's incident was enough to make the fallen clan send out an extremely top assassin group to assassinate Qi Yanran. Therefore, Jiang Bai was so anxious to take down the Black Snake Mountain Fortress first. This way, at least they could arrange a defensive line in advance. After all, the difference between the beastmen and the human race was quite obvious. As long as they were prepared, they could more or less know in advance. Oh, there is such a thing. Then let them come. Li Zongjiu was surprised. No wonder when Yanran came back, she said that she wanted to refine something strange. Moreover, this thing seemed to be very difficult to deal with. Now that he heard it, it seemed to be the fallen qi. If that was the case, then the several powerful existences of the Holy Mountain were probably in a group because of this matter, and did not act on their own. If they acted on their own, it would bring about great danger. After all, the other party would send existences of at least the same level. Jiang Bai naturally reminded her, but in his heart, he was worried. After all, Qi Yanran had killed millions of fallen half-orcs today. The depraved aura of these half-beastmen would definitely be concentrated on Qi Yanran. After accumulating to a certain extent, the corresponding assassins would be sent to carry out the assassination mission. Qi Yanran's life was also in great danger. At the very least, the fallen tribe was able to force the experts of the sacred mountain to stay within the borders of the sacred mountain. Once they appeared, they would definitely be attacked by the experts of the half-beastmen. It could be seen that no matter how powerful Qi Yanran was, it was impossible for her to surpass those powerful holy immortals in the holy mountain. Therefore, in the end, only death awaited her. The only way was to escape to the sacred mountain. In that case, there was still hope. However, Jiang Bai wanted to say it, but Li Zongjiu expressed that he did not care, so Jiang Bai sighed. Goodbye. After Jiang Bai left the inn, he ordered people to closely seal off the Black Snake Mountain fortress, and absolutely not allow any half-orcs to enter or leave. Even if they had wings, they would be shot down together. Although the effect was minimal, it was more or less preventable. In the Fallen War territory, the people of the 5 major tribes were almost annihilated in a day. It was the first time they had seen such a powerful enemy and such cruel means. Therefore, the main person in charge of the Fallen War territory. They also met each other. After some investigation, they finally confirmed that there must be a heavenly master from the Shang nation. To be able to kill millions of my warriors in an instant, it must be a heavenly master sent by the Shang nation. I want to see which blind person actually came to court death at this time. There were a total of 16 tribes in the Fallen War territory. The person in charge was called the Realm Lord. The patriarchs of the 16 tribes under his command were also elite. However, today, in just one day, 5 patriarchs and the military strength of 5 tribes were lost. This immediately made the fallen Realm Lord dumbfounded. There had never been such a big defeat. How could he explain this to the higher-ups? Although the half-orcs had a terrifying appearance and looked like half-human half-beast, there was absolutely no problem in terms of intelligence. They also had intelligence, but the cultivation method and the energy they absorbed were different, which led to the current change. We have already locked onto this person and reported it. Soon, a special group of assassins will come and deal with this person. The fallen Realm Lord comforted the patriarchs of the several tribes. Although such a big situation occurred in the attack on Suishan City, it could be said that they had achieved great victories in the battlefields of the other cities. It could be considered as an explanation. The sudden appearance of the Shang nation's heavenly master made it difficult for the realm lords of the small war territories to contend against. Suddenly, a cold wind swept across the hall. After the fallen race attacked the cities, they either killed everyone or tamed everyone. Those who were unwilling to be tamed were basically killed, and those who were tamed were quickly able to obtain powerful strength. Then, they picked up their weapons, turned around, and continued to attack their former compatriot. Such a situation was rather surprising to see. Therefore, after being conquered, basically everyone would either commit suicide or resolutely refuse to surrender, because living like that would already be soulless. The fallen race also occupied the cities, trained their soldiers, and mined. They stored the people in the cities as food. Such an evil existence naturally had to be irreconcilable with the human race. Between them, they had long been in a situation where they could not coexist. It depended on who could lead the victory of this battle. Although this battle had been fought for hundreds of years. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew across the hall. The candles flickered, and as they flickered, a few more figures appeared in the hall. The Lord of the Fallen Realm and the others were immediately shocked. Even if they were of the same race, they could not help but tremble in fear when facing these terrifying fellows. After all, these people appeared and disappeared unpredictably. They could take off your head with a light flick of their fingers. Do you think these people are terrifying? I heard that a Shang nation's heavenly master came, killing millions of my soldiers? A gloomy voice sounded from the hall. Chapter 13:11. All the clan leaders present, including the Lord of the Fallen Realm, were startled, and a chill rose in their hearts. It's here. The assassin group. Even though they were from the Fallen clan, they still felt incomparably terrified. This was because the assassin group was made up of the top experts of the Fallen clan. Once targeted by these people, the consequences would be unimaginable. The methods of these people could be said to be extremely cruel. No one had ever escaped from the assassin group. Once captured, it would be a very interesting beginning for the assassin group. They even treated torture as a kind of pleasure, an extremely enjoyable game. If these people who were sent to attack the city did not gain any results and made no progress, the reapers of the assassin group would directly appear. They would be put on trial. The so-called trial was naturally a process of extreme torture. People of any rank could be punished. Therefore, every time these people from the assassin group appeared, it was a frightening thing for them. They had finally become half-beastmen. In order to survive, they had become fallen. But who knew that after becoming a fallen, there would be pressure? If they were not careful, they would be even more miserable. Sir, please sit. The Lord of the Fallen Realm quickly stood up and gave up his seat without hesitation. Then, a person suddenly appeared in the seat of the Lord of the Fallen Realm. As for the black shadows that were standing behind the clan heads, they instantly disappeared and reappeared behind the figures that were standing before them. My name is Wu Shui. Take a seat. Don't be too reserved. Enjoy your last day. Wu Shui said. The ice-cold words immediately caused the clan leaders to be stunned. What did he mean? Could it be that the higher-ups wanted to execute them? For so long, although they had suffered from the intense resistance of the Battle of Time, they had never retreated. Even if their progress was slow, they had still pushed forward more or less. It was unlikely that they would be killed because of what happened today. Sir, Wu Shui glanced at the people in front of him. Their faces were filled with fear, panic, and bewilderment. Bloodless loved to see such expressions on their faces. They didn't even know when they were going to die. They couldn't even control themselves. They were like little lambs that had escaped from their mother's embrace. I was just joking. Isn't it funny? Wu Shui said. A joke? Why don't you grab your sister and play with her? You're actually doing this kind of thing? Is it fun? These patriarchs were almost angered to death. If someone were to joke around with your life, do you think you would be happy? You don't think my joke is funny? Wu Shui said. Immediately, the atmosphere in front of them became extremely cold again. After everyone heard this, they immediately laughed out loud, as if this matter was very funny. Some were even lying on the ground, unable to get up. Lord of the Fallen Realm, you've lost the military strength of 5 tribes today, a total of 1,000,000 soldiers. But now, these people are actually laughing so happily. Especially this one, did you see that? He's actually laughing under the table. Wu Shui said indifferently. His hands were hidden in his wide sleeves. Moreover, he gently swung his slender tail. It turned out that Lord Wu Shui was actually a rodent half-beast man. Hearing Lord Wu Shui's words, the people who were laughing suddenly froze on the spot. At this moment, they didn't know whether to laugh or not. However, the Lord of the Fallen Realm already understood what Lord Wu Shui meant. Immediately, without hesitation, he took a step forward and came in front of the patriarch who was laughing under the table. He raised his hand and directly smashed the patriarch's head. Bang! With the sound of a heavy hammer, a muffled sound could be heard throughout the hall. No one expected the Lord of the Fallen Realm to be so decisive. Moreover, they were just discussing things together a moment ago. In the blink of an eye, someone's head was smashed. Moreover, Lord Wu Shui obviously wanted to kill one as an example to others. Or perhaps he liked the feeling of being in control of life and death. Looking at these people who lowered their heads and didn't dare to act rashly, Wu Shui shook his hand helplessly. This is so boring. You guys really don't make me feel the least bit spirited. Since a heavenly master from the Shang nation is here, let me see how capable you are. After Wu Shui finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the hall. The assassination team that came with them also disappeared from the main hall. Only when Lord Wu Shui left did they completely heave a sigh of relief in their hearts. So be it. He even specially came to play with them. Looking at the corpse on the ground, the remaining 10 patriarchs also lowered their head. Obviously, they were observing a moment of silence for the person who had just been killed. How pitiful! Let Tashin take in this idiot's subordinates. The Lord of the Fallen Realm didn't want to say anything more. Killing such a person didn't make any waves to them. It was only because they saw the fate of the patriarch that they thought of their own fate. In the Fallen Realm, class represented absolute power. The people in the upper echelons could easily control the life and death of the people in the lower echelons. They could easily execute them. There was no dignity to speak of. They didn't even think highly of you. Therefore, in order to obtain class and status, one had to perform meritorious deeds. Only after performing meritorious deeds could one be promoted. Only then would one have the opportunity to control one's own life. Obviously, the Fallen Realm wasn't easy to survive in. However, Wu Shui was also considered to be in the upper echelons of the Fallen Realm. He had the cultivation equivalent to the primitive emperor of the human race and was proficient in assassination. He could hide in the darkness without making a sound. When he took a person's life, there would be no movement at all. At this moment, there were a total of 20,000 soldiers stationed in the Black Snake Mountain Fortress. The fortress had also been rebuilt. With the current technology, it was naturally very easy to repair these fortresses. It was precisely because they had mastered these powerful technologies that in terms of construction and other aspects of development, they were far superior to the half-beastmen who only knew how to use force. Therefore, under the crazy attacks of these people, they tenaciously persevered until now. Under the pressure of these half-beastmen, some of their engineering skills had also improved by leaps and bounds. If you didn't complete something, if you didn't create something, you would die. He was easily killed by someone else. Little ones, do you smell the smell of fresh blood? There are about 20,000 people here. All of them will become your food. Chapter 13:12. As soon as Wu Shui finished his words, 6 black figures suddenly rushed into the fortress of the Black Snake Ridge Fortress. Immediately, a massacre ensued. In just a moment, the entire fortress was filled with the sounds of killing. The soldiers in the fortress did not even know who they were facing. They were killed in the dark. Fear and panic were spreading throughout the entire military camp. However, Jiang Bai had already prepared beforehand. Obviously, he had expected the enemy to vent their anger on the ordinary soldiers. He had already instructed them to use the ultimate weapon immediately if anything happened. A deputy commander in the army immediately ordered someone to open the ultimate weapon. The so-called ultimate weapon was actually a yuan energy cannon that could release lightning attribute. However, this origin energy cannon was quite powerful. Moreover, the origin energy cannon also had a lifespan. Every time it was used, it would wear out. As an extremely important secret weapon, Jiang Bai had arranged for the lightning origin energy cannon to be placed here because he wanted to catch them off guard. Wu Shui stood on a small hill and stared at the scene below. Suddenly, the cold smile on Wu Shui's face froze. Then, he leaped and fled into the distance. Boom! Half of the fortress's defense was blasted into pieces. Furthermore, there was still a continuous stream of lightning surging out. One of the lightning bolts was also rapidly heading toward Wu Shui. This was because the lightning yuan energy cannon also had the ability to track people. It could also detect the aura of the fallen people nearby. If it was on the battlefield, this cannon was enough to kill tens of thousands of fallen people. However, tonight's cannon only killed 5 half-beastmen. These beastmen were already Yuan monarch. However, they were easily killed by the attack of the lightning Yuan energy cannon. 2 escaped. The deputy commander saw the lightning bolts and chased after them. However, it seemed like he did not manage to catch them. He could not help but feel resentful and stomped his foot. In just a few minutes, more than 1,000 soldiers stationed in the Black Snake Ridge fortress had been killed or injured. This was a huge loss. If the lightning Yuan energy cannon had not been used in time to force the beastmen away, it would not have been long before everyone in the fortress would have been killed. Thinking of this, he more or less dodged a calamity. Quickly report the situation to the general. The deputy commander glanced at the lightning source energy cannon in front of him. This lightning source energy cannon had already been completely scrapped. The last chance had already been used. The next time these people launched a surprise attack, they would not have the strength to withstand it. Bloodless and the other Hitman squad member also quickly retreated. Fortunately, the 2 of them were quite fast. Therefore, they weren't hurt by the lightning source energy cannon. Otherwise, as long as they came into contact with it, the energy would start to gather towards them. They didn't know how these weak humans made these terrifying weapons. Lord Wuxue, our troops. The assassins who were lucky enough to escape saw their companions being killed by the enemy with their own eyes. They were fixed on the spot and killed cleanly. He didn't even have the ability to escape. Therefore, he himself also had a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he ran quickly just now. Although Bloodless was confident that he could withstand this attack. But as an assassin, his whereabouts must not be exposed. Otherwise, what was the difference between him and those useless people? To really live in the dark, to come and go without a trace, this was the highest level. It seems that they have made some arrangements. Let's withdraw for today. Bloodless said faintly. Looking at these people in front of him, they should be prepared. In this case, there was no need to take action at this time. Today, he lost 5 men. Bloodless would never let this matter rest. It was not easy to come out to carry out a mission. Of course, Bloodless would not be so bored. He directly killed the target and then obediently went back to report. At least, he wanted to have more fun. Such a rare opportunity, of course, he wanted to release the darkness in his heart. He wanted to let these people in front of him suffer all the pain he had suffered. Living in the dark for a long time, of course, this mentality would become quite distorted. Moreover, Bloodless and these people were no longer normal people. It had become normal to not put life in their eyes. No need, you can't leave today. Just when Bloodless and Bloodless were about to leave. However, a voice stopped them in their tracks. This voice seemed to have appeared out of thin air, directly above their heads and into their ears. The 2 of them paused for a moment. Who is it? Bloodless' eyes suddenly emitted a cold light. At this moment, with his perception, there was no way to sense the existence of this person. This meant that the strength of this person was far above him. Even this concealment technique was better than his. Here. Bloodless quickly caught a figure and immediately smiled. In Bloodless' eyes, he was the one who forced the other party out. Haha, I didn't expect that there would be a human who is not afraid of death. When he saw that Li Zongjio was just a human youth, Bloodless' smile became wider. If it was a white-haired old man who came out, then with Bloodless' experience, he should be careful because the other party was likely to be an expert who had cultivated for hundreds of years. But a child? Bloodless had fought countless battles on the battlefield and had seen all kinds of ruthless characters. Some of the more difficult human experts had died under his sharp teeth. But the experts among the children were basically people who pretended to be strong. None of them were really strong. Lord Bloodless, let me break his 4 limbs first, then let you torture him slowly. Another assassin said respectfully. Then, he looked at Li Zongjio with eyes full of murderous intent. Bloodless nodded. In the next second, his figure disappeared from the spot. Boom! In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Li Zongjiu. Die! When Li Zongjiu saw the person rushing over, he immediately sent a slap over. Bang! The assassin's head instantly separated from his neck and flew into the distance. What? A look of surprise flashed across Wu Shui's eyes. Then, his expression turned ferocious. He opened his mouth, and the shape of his head instantly changed into that of a mouse. His sharp teeth shone with a cold light. Chapter 13:13. A cold light flashed in Wu Shui's eyes. In the next moment, his figure actually disappeared into the darkness. He disappeared. From an outsider's point of view, it was a very strange scene because Wu Shui's figure just disappeared on the spot. Even if you looked around now, you wouldn't be able to see any movement. If an ordinary person saw such a strange situation, they would think that they had seen a ghost. However, such a trick was simply a small trick in front of Li Zongjiu. Moreover, Li Zongjiu just stood there and didn't move, allowing Wu Shui to play tricks. Furthermore, Wu Shui's figure seemed to be quite fast. If you like running so much, then run a few more laps. Suddenly, Li Zongjiu's hand directly grabbed into the darkness. Then, he grabbed a figure and pulled him out. Boom! Without saying a word, he directly threw the figure in his hand far away. Wu Shui didn't even have time to react. He was directly caught by Li Zongjiu and directly thrown a few miles away. During this process, he had no way to control his own body. Bang! Wu Shui was directly thrown into a mountain wall. A cave was smashed out. Wu Shui's body was also stuck in the cave for a long time before he could take a breath and get out. How is this possible? It must be a coincidence. Wu Shui couldn't believe it. Did Li Zongjiu directly catch him just now? How is this possible? How can such a thing happen? However, how can he explain being directly thrown here? No, this kid must have a treasure that can restrain me, Wu Shui thought. Today's luck isn't good. Let's retreat first. Wu Shui didn't plan to go back. Those low-level beastmen were the kind that didn't have brains. If they were told to charge, they would charge directly. However, Wu Shui wasn't like that. He was the kind that had brains. He would never sacrifice his life for nothing. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, he quickly retreated. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets if he encountered any problems. It seems that this person is the heavenly master of Shang. I'll let you be arrogant for now. When I call the experts of the Dark Hall over, I'll see how long you can be arrogant. These were the highest ruling bodies of the Beastmen. It was called the Beast God Temple. As for the Dark Hall, it was a branch of the Beast God Temple. The assassins were all from the Dark Hall. Wu Shui's strength and talent were at the bottom of the Dark Hall. The reason why he was sent here first was because he was going to be cannon fodder. Therefore, Wu Shui was not worried that he would not be able to find someone to deal with Li Zongjiu after he returned. However, he neglected one thing, which was what Li Zongjiu had said at the beginning. He didn't have to leave. Where are you going? Li Zongjiu suddenly appeared in front of Wu Shui. Suddenly Wu Shui shuddered. His opponent's speed was truly faster than his. Soul-sealing pearl. Suddenly Wu Shui threw out a black bead from his hand. This bead seemed to contain the resentment of tens of thousands of humans, which was why it could produce such a huge and terrifying energy. If the energy was dispersed, it would directly trap Li Zongjiu's soul. However, Li Zongjiu also activated his mental strength and directly suppressed the power of the soul-sealing pearl. Then, he reached out and grabbed the soul-sealing pearl in his hand. After Wu Shui threw out the soul-sealing pearl, he immediately jumped up and fled into the distance. His figure instantly blended into the darkness, and dozens of his figures were split into two. He wanted to deceive Li Zongjiu's eyes and buy himself some time. However, in front of Li Zongjiu, such an action was indeed superfluous. Boom! Li Zongjiu's figure flashed and appeared behind Wu Shui. Then, he hit Wu Shui's back with his palm and directly sent him flying. This time Wu Shui was half crippled. After falling to the ground, it was very difficult for him to get up. Li Zongjiu's figure landed on the ground. Wu Shui, who was lying on the ground, did not know how to react. How could Li Zongjiu's strength be so powerful? In front of him, he was like a small grasshopper that could not jump away no matter how hard he tried. He was easily grasped by Li Zongjiu's palm. "Look into my eyes." Li Zongjiu's words were like a thunderclap that exploded in Wu Shui's head. Wu Shui subconsciously opened his eyes and met Li Zongjiu's eyes. In the next moment, a vast, turbulent, stormy wave of power directly bombarded him. In an instant, it penetrated Wu Shui's head. At the same time, Li Zongjiu completely destroyed Wu Shui's mental strength and plundered all the things contained in Wu Shui's mental strength. After a while, Wu Shui's body was paralyzed. Li Zongjiu casually threw him to the ground and gradually turned him into a stiff corpse. Li Zongjiu immediately closed his eyes and digested the information he plundered from Wu Shui. He digested it bit by bit. Finally, Li Zongjiu opened his eyes. There was a trace of shock in his eyes. Beast God Temple. Li Zongjiu's eyes flashed. Clearly, the power contained in the Beast God Temple shocked Li Zongjiu. What a powerful organization, the Beast God Temple. As far as Li Zongjiu knew, there were more than 100 people in the Dark Hall who were at the Paragon level, including those without a bloodline. These 100 people were all Supreme Being experts. Among them, there were probably many peak Supreme Being experts. As for the Dark Hall's 2 Hall Masters and 4 Deputy Hall Masters, they had surpassed the peak Supreme Being realm. The Dark Hall was divided into 2 main halls, the Assassination Hall and the Judgment Hall. Therefore, there were 2 Hall Masters. In the Dark Hall, an organization under the Beast God Temple, there were a total of 6 Supreme Being experts. Therefore, it was quite difficult for the 7 Supreme Being experts of the human clan to resist. In that case, it was a very dangerous situation. No wonder the human clan's situation was getting more and more dangerous. With such a situation, how could it not be dangerous? Wouldn't it be more careful? However, Li Zongjiu didn't find any information about the teleportation array in Wu Shui's mind. Obviously, Wu Shui's level wasn't high enough to touch the teleportation array. Therefore, it wasn't valuable. He still needed the other party to send more powerful experts. Li Zongjiu's figure flickered and disappeared from where he was. He returned to Suishan City. At this moment, Qi Yanran had also completely refined the depraved energy. If an ordinary cultivator was contaminated by the depraved energy, it would be difficult to get rid of it. However, in Qi Yanran's hands, it was a little wishful thinking. She could easily refine it. However, the depraved energy was difficult to get rid of. It would be absorbed by the fallen clan. Therefore, Qi Yanran couldn't let the depraved energy leave. Chapter 13-14. Seeing that Li Zongjiu had returned, Yan Yanran looked at Li Zongjiu. She condensed the depraved energy in her hand into a turbid bead and placed it in her palm. "How should I deal with this thing? With my strength, it will take at least a few months to completely refine it," Qi Yanran said. Don't underestimate the thing in her hand. Although it was only a little bit big, if it was released directly, the entire Suishan city would be turned into ruins. Therefore, the first thing to do was to maintain its stability. After some research, Qi Yanran also discovered that the depraved aura in her hand often tended to be unstable. If she could not continue to refine it, she would be able to refine it. If the depraved energy in her hand couldn't be refined continuously, it would form an extremely powerful explosion. It wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. Therefore, even if the other party didn't send an expert to assassinate Qi Yanran wouldn't be able to extract the depraved energy. Sooner or later, she wouldn't be able to control the depraved energy and would be detonated by it. This made Qi Yanran see the power of the fallen clan. "Let me see." Li Zongjiu took the bead condensed by the depraved energy and observed it. He wanted to refine it with his spiritual fire, but he found that it was impossible. However, Li Zongjiu's body seemed to be releasing a force. Demon-suppressing ruler? Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand and waved. Since the soul-burning array was broken, the demon-suppressing ruler was useless. In the past, Li Zongjiu and the King of Fire almost died in the demon-suppressing hall. It wasn't easy for them to obtain the demon-suppressing ruler, but Li Zongjiu always felt that the power of the demon-suppressing ruler wasn't as strong as he imagined. How could it become a supreme treasure? Therefore, Li Zongjiu was quite suspicious. However, those ancient demon clans couldn't pose a threat to Li Zongjiu, so the demon-suppressing ruler in his hand was idle. However, the demon-suppressing ruler had taken the initiative to appear. With a gentle pat, it easily absorbed all the depraved aura. I didn't expect this thing to have such an effect. Li Zongjiu was also shocked. Obviously, the devil-suppressing ruler's magical effect was beyond Li Zongjiu's imagination. Qi Yanran also looked at the devil-suppressing ruler in Li Zongjiu's hand with great surprise. This ruler of yours has a very strong power. Qi Yanran had the Blue Bird platform and the inheritance of the Heavenly Sparrow clan. Naturally, she could sense some special energy. Now, she knew that the power hidden in the demon-suppressing ruler was not simple. This is the devil-suppressing ruler. Li Zongjiu then explained what happened in the demon-suppressing palace. Then let me see your unparalleled sword. Qi Yanran didn't mind the appearance of King of Fire. After all, if it weren't for the King of Fire, Li Zongjiu might have died by now, so she had to thank the King of Fire very much. Li Zongjiu directly took out the unparalleled sword. The aura of the unparalleled sword itself was quite strong. However, Li Zongjiu had yet to fully unleash the power of the unparalleled sword. In addition, the King of Fire was also in a weakened state, so he couldn't fully display his strength. Let me try. Qi Yanran took the unparalleled sword, and then directly injected a force into it. Li Zongjiu, of course, was not worried that Qi Yanran would do anything irrational. Instead, he looked at Qi Yanran's power with great interest. Buzz. Then, the King of Fire, who was hidden in the unparalleled sword, seemed to feel the injection of the spiritual spring-like power. Bit by bit, his aura increased, recovering the essence Qi that had been consumed. In the battle with the heavenly demon tribe, the unparalleled sword had also exhausted its power. It showed how difficult it was for Li Zongjiu and the others to fight against the heavenly demon tribe. The aura of the King of Fire was also rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Now, the King of Fire was also quite strong. Boom! In the room, it was as if a fireball had rolled in. Then, the figure of the King of Fire was also born from the fireball. The flames lingered around the body of the King of Fire, hidden and full of power. This move of yours is really powerful. Li Zongjiu didn't expect that Qi Yanran's ability could have such an effect. Repairing spiritual weapons is also an ability that I inherited, but I haven't tried it before. Now it seems that the effect is good. There was a little sweat on Qi Yanran's forehead. Obviously, the process just now was not very easy, but seeing the appearance of the King of Fire, who had saved Li Zongjiu's life, made Qi Yanran smile. Your Excellency, King of Fire. Qi Yanran said politely. Now, Qi Yanran's strength had far surpassed that of the King of Fire. However, when the two met, the King of Fire's strength was also far above Qi Yanran's. Moreover, the King of Fire had taken care of Qi Yanran many times. Your power is very special. The Fire Wraith King looked at Qi Yanran in surprise. He could clearly feel the uniqueness of the power that Qi Yanran released, which was why he was quite surprised. You've finally recovered. Li Zongjiu was also very happy. Originally, repairing the unparalleled sword was also an important thing for Li Zongjiu, but it had been delayed for a long time, and there were even 2 primitive stones that had not been taken yet. Now it seemed that he could not go back for a while. You're stronger than me, so you don't have to call me Your Excellency. Just call me by my name. The King of Fire looked at Qi Yanran and said. She was just a sword spirit, so she couldn't do anything. Moreover, in the Fire Wraith King's heart, he only treated Li Zongjiu as a friend. He didn't have any other thoughts, or rather, he didn't understand other thoughts at all. Then, what's your name? Qi Yanran asked. He couldn't just call him the Fire Wraith King, right? The Fire Wraith King was just a title, not a name. Yes, I don't know your name yet. Li Zongjiu also looked at the King of Fire curiously. Originally, Li Zongjiu did not care about these things, but who would have thought that the King of Fire would directly become the sword spirit of the unparalleled sword? He could no longer leave Li Zongjiu, so he had to have a name. Otherwise, it would be a little strange to call him King of Fire, King of Fire. However, the King of Fire himself was also stunned. When it came to names, the Fire Wraith King had never cared about them, and the name King of Fire was called by others in the past. You don't know your name? Then I'll give you one. Li Zongjiu was eager to try. Both women looked at Li Zongjiu. After a moment of silence, Li Zongjiu looked at the unparalleled sword in Qi Yanran's hand. Since you have a close relationship with the unparalleled sword, you will be called Fire Sword in the future. After saying that, even the Fire Wraith King, who had always been mild-tempered, threw a flame at Li Zongjiu. Qi Yanran also directly raised the unparalleled sword and was about to stab Li Zongjiu to death. She was really capable of saying anything. How could a girl give herself the name Fire Sword? How about I call you Unparalleled? Unparalleled Fire, how about this name? Chapter 13-15. Huo Wushuang, the Fire Wraith King mumbled to himself. Alright, I'll be called Huo Wushuang from now on. You can call me Wushuang. After Huo Wushuang introduced himself, he actually laughed. It was a sense of recognition. Such intimacy made Huo Wushuang feel a sense of warmth. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've seen you smile. Li Zongjiu looked at Huo Wushuang's smile and was surprised. After going through so many trials and tribulations with Huo Wushuang, they were very familiar with each other. However, it was rare to see Huo Wushuang smile. In his memory, he had never seen such a thing happen before. I'm a little happy that I have a name, Huo Wushuang said. In fact, Huo Wushuang had lived in the sacred Flame Royal City for so many years, but no one cared about the name of the King of Fire. They only knew that she called herself King of Fire. That was why such a situation happened. Your power is so strong. I've almost recovered all of my strength. Huo Wushuang looked at Qi Yanran. The power I inherited seems to be related to restoration. I'm not too sure about the specifics. I'll have to test it. You can restore magic treasures. Li Zongjiu looked at Qi Yanran with surprise in his eyes. This was an extremely powerful divine ability. Not only magic treasures, I think I can restore people too. Qi Yanran turned her wrist, and a power shining with 5 kinds of light appeared in her hand. It's called the 5-colored divine light. Qi Yanran said. 5-colored divine light? Even Li Zongjiu had never heard of it. Obviously, Li Zongjiu, the #1 expert in the Holy Martial Continent, was still not enough. Although Li Zongjiu had become the #1 expert in the Holy Martial Continent, he might not even be ranked in the Holy Martial Realm. It was a blow to Li Zongjiu. However, with the various methods he had now, Li Zongjiu would at least not be so passive. In the past, Li Zongjiu was like a frog at the bottom of a well. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu had successfully jumped out of his shell. As of now, the infernal prajna technique's 10 hells had only been cultivated to the 4th level. Fiery hell, blood soul hell, spiritual hell, spiritual energy hell. In the spiritual energy hell, Li Zongjiu specially stored primordial stones and the like in a place rich in spiritual energy. At the moment, it seemed like he would need to expend a lot of energy to smith the other parts. I've never heard of it, but I'm sure that if this 5-colored divine light can be cultivated to the extreme, it will have endless power. Even if a hole appears in the sky, it will be able to repair it, Li Zongjiu exclaimed. After Huo Wushuang walked around the area, She felt a little tired and returned to the unparalleled sword to rest. After all, Wu Wushuang was already an artifact spirit. She could not leave her body for a long time. In the future, when Li Zongjiu's strength improved, he would be able to transfer power to Wu Wushuang's body, allowing her to stay outside for a longer period of time, just like how a person needed to sleep. After exercising for a while, she returned to the unparalleled sword to rest. I'll also study the demon-suppressing ruler, Li Zongjiu said. After all, both of them were top experts in the world. When they knew that there were more powerful enemies, they naturally wanted to improve their cultivation. Just as Li Zongjiu was studying the demon-suppressing ruler in his hand, hundreds of thousands of miles away, in the middle of a huge teleportation array, there was a building that towered into the clouds. The building seemed to have directly drilled out of the teleportation array. Obviously, this mysterious building spanned across two worlds. It seemed that halfway through the teleportation array was destroyed and stopped operating. Outside the teleportation array, there were more than 20 experts in black robes. They were using all of their strength to transfer power to the array, forcibly maintaining the array in a low-speed state. If they did not maintain it, the mysterious building would be crushed in an instant. The remaining half would not be able to be teleported over. It was because these experts were using their own yuan power to maintain the teleportation array that such a strange situation was created. It was amazing. Everyone, hold on. The elders are thinking of a way to make the teleportation array work again. They will teleport our divine palace here. Yes. It's already been 300 years. Who knows how long the elders will take to figure out a way. I saw a bloody light shoot up to the sky from the dark hall. It seems that many things have happened recently. What can happen? With that old bastard Tianming watching, it's impossible for anything to happen. These 20 people sat there every day, feeling extremely bored. Therefore, they were very sensitive to the situation around them. Therefore, they liked to talk with assurance. In fact, if these 20 people moved together, they would be able to take down the sacred mountain of the sacred martial realm in an instant. However, in order to maintain the integrity of this mysterious building, they had to maintain their strength here. They could not leave. Being able to maintain the teleportation array in such a state for hundreds of years was enough to show how terrifying their strength was. Below the Dark Hall, Assassination Hall, assassins had died near the Battle of Time. Moreover, it seemed that many of them had died overnight. This attracted the attention of the manager of the Assassination Hall. Immediately, the manager of the Assassination Hall collected and organized the information. With so many people dying, it was natural that he would be able to sense it immediately. Under normal circumstances, the hall master and the deputy hall master did not need to appear. It was enough for the managers to appear and make arrangements. These managers were also top-notch existences. Shuemia, immediately lead your men to the Battle of Time and find the person who killed Xue Wu. It should be a heavenly master from the Upper Empire who killed millions of our people. The manager of the Assassination Hall said. Yes, Lord Manager. In the darkness, dozens of blood shadows flew out. They quickly rushed towards the Battle of Time. Boom. These dozens of figures were all Origin Emperors. The leader, Shuemia, had reached the peak of the Origin Emperor realm. If he transformed, he could even fight against a Supreme Being expert. Transformation. It was an ability that only high-level half-beastmen could possess. Once they transformed, their strength would increase by several times. These people were the peak assassins of the Assassination Hall. Even a true heavenly master from the Upper Empire would die if he met them. Chapter 13-16. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran also stayed in Suishan City for a few days. Li Zongjiu was the only one who knew about this. Since he killed the people of the Assassination Hall, the other party would definitely come looking for him. If he left at this time, the other party might really kill everyone in Suishan City. However, These people couldn't act so unscrupulously. There must be some kind of restriction in it. Otherwise, with these people's skills, how could the people of Suishan City resist them? Jiang Bai received the battle report from the Black Snake Mountain Fortress. The battle was extremely tragic. They lost at least 5,000 people, and their powerful weapons were used up. Now, the entire Black Snake Mountain Fortress only had soldiers left to defend it. It was an extremely weak defense. Jiang Bai ordered people to set up some destructive traps in the Black Snake Mountain Fortress, and then took the lead to retreat. Staying in the Black Snake Mountain Fortress was a dead end, so it was better to return to Suishan City to set up a defense. He repaired some large weapons and equipment. At the same time, Jiang Bai also requested some supplies from the kingdom. After the supplies were received, they could continue to fight. But last night, Suishan City was incomparably quiet and didn't suffer any attacks. According to the character of the Assassination Hall's experts, once they came out, they would definitely go crazy and kill people for revenge. The quiet Suishan City also made Jiang Bai realize that someone had made a move. Since someone had made a move, it was most likely Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. A light flashed in Jiang Bai's eyes. Although Li Zongjiu and the others looked very cold on the surface, in fact, they were human compatriots after all. In fact, they were in a soft-hearted state. Therefore, if he could continue to persuade them, there might be a chance. Jiang Bai once again came to look for Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. This time, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran didn't directly refuse Jiang Bai. The main reason was that Qi Yanran wanted to help them. In fact, helping them was also helping herself. Perhaps one day, after the Saint Martial realm was breached, it wouldn't be long before the Saint Martial continent was next. After all, every place in the chain was on the same continent. It was only because there was a power protecting it that it was impossible to travel from the Sacred Martial realm to the Sacred Martial continent. How can we help? Qi Yanran asked. Hearing Qi Yanran's words, Jiang Bai's face suddenly froze, because she really never thought that it would be so smooth. Qi Yanran agreed without hesitation, which made Jiang Bai feel that happiness came too suddenly. Soon after, Jiang Bai sorted out his thoughts. We received a report from the front lines. Of the 5 countries in the War of Time, 3 of them have already been breached. We need to send reinforcements immediately. However, our Age Mountain City doesn't have enough manpower. We really don't have the strength to do so. Let's go then, Qi Yanran said. As for Li Zongjiu's words, she naturally didn't care. Now Li Zongjiu was also searching. There should be many powerful spiritual grasses and spiritual herbs in the sacred martial world. If they were used to refine elixirs, their power would definitely increase greatly. Wait a minute, why don't you guys go and arrange the formation? Li Zongjiu said. With the strength of Age Mountain City, although the scale wasn't very big, it was at least small. If they could use the formation as a support, they wouldn't be beaten so badly. Formation? Our formation has already been completely destroyed by them. Only a few heavenly masters of the Great Kingdom know how to repair the formation, so the formation has long been useless. Jiang Bai said. Qi Yanran listened to Li Zongjiu's question and was also thoughtful. She seemed to be trying to recall something. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. In my memory, there's a great defensive formation. It's very suitable for defense and offense. Qi Yanran said. Since we'll help you to the end, let us arrange this great formation. Li Zongjiu said. Jiang Bai never thought that the 2 divine nuns in front of her would know about the Tao of formation. If Age Mountain City could have a formation to protect it, it would be a blessing. At least, they wouldn't need to waste their lives to make up for the lack of defense. Before Jiang Bai could say anything, she saw the 2 of them rushing up to the sky. He casually tossed out high-grade origin stones in the sky towards various parts of the city. As he tossed them out, he had already finished carving the formation within them. Nirvana Heavenly Fire Great Formation. Qi Yanran directly transmitted the formation to Li Zongjiu's mind with her mental strength. Immediately, Li Zongjiu received the formation. It was a 10th level formation. However, with their current strength, they couldn't fully display the might of the Nirvana Heavenly Fire Great Formation. At most, it could reach the 8th level. Perhaps it could reach the 9th level after some practice. Even if it was a 8th level formation, it would be enough to resist the attack of a half-beast in the Origin Emperor realm. It only took half an hour to set up the Great Formation. However, in this half an hour, they had consumed more than 100,000 high-grade primordial stones. Only then did they finish setting up the 8th level formation. Although the formation was only at the 8th level, the consumption was quite terrifying. This was because the formation protected the entire Age Mountain City. Jiang Bai and the commoners of Suishan City were all below, watching the two of them as they covered the sky and covered the sun. They were all looking up at him with an attitude of incomparable reverence. The moment the great formation was formed, a terrifying light seemed to soar into the sky. From the surroundings of Age Mountain City, countless flames gathered in the sky above the city. After the energy gathered, it formed an extremely huge firebird. If they could fully display the might of the Great Formation, it would be a great formation. It would form a divine beast, the vermilion bird. It was a pity that the two of them were still a little unfamiliar with the formation. However, it was their first time working together, and they were able to set up an 8th level formation. Are the two of you wasting primordial stones like this? Just when the two of them were feeling extremely proud, a voice sounded helplessly. It was Huo Wushuang. Huo Wushuang appeared in the sky. However, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran's aura covered Huo Wushuang's. Is it very wasteful? Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were also surprised. They thought that their level was quite good. After all, who could achieve such a level? Of course it's wasteful. Huo Wushuang was an expert in formations, so it wasn't a problem for her to give pointers to the two of them. Chapter 13-17. Huo Wushuang immediately stretched out his hand and took out the primordial stones from Li Zongjiu's spiritual chi hell. With one upper-grade primordial stone as the core and 5 other stones as support, he formed a small array. Then, he used the same method to create another 5 small arrays. Then, he continued to combine the 6 small arrays into a big array. One after another. Both of them were dumbfounded by such a mysterious technique. My God, what is this operation? Qi Yanran also opened her mouth wide. In this way, the consumption of upper-grade primordial stones was only 10,000. In the blink of an eye, it had already formed another formation that covered the original formation. The same effect, but the level was higher. Huo Wushuang's mysterious method immediately made Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran blush. He only used 1/10 of the materials to complete the effect that was 100% better than theirs. The 9th level array was set up just like that. No wonder Huo Wushuang couldn't help but jump out and directly said that the two of them were too wasteful. Because he couldn't stand it at all. Who could stand these people being so wasteful? So, he also jumped out directly. Let's learn. Qi Yanran said. The two of them couldn't help but applaud Huo Wushuang's method. It was really amazing, and at the same time it could be considered as giving them some pointers. At least, the two of them knew that the most important thing to set up an array was to be able to form such a combination. Only such a combination was the most stable existence, and it could allow the level to reach a higher level. After showing off his skill, Huo Wushuang returned to the unparalleled sword. The people in Suishan City didn't realize that the array just now was set up by an array master. The two of them also descended once again. Whoosh! Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran both landed on the ground. Jiang Bai directly led his soldiers and directly knelt down in front of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. Thank you, seniors, for saving the people. The surrounding people also saw this scene and knelt down in front of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. In Li Zongjiu's previous life, He didn't feel much when he received such worship. This was because those people were afraid of Li Zongjiu's methods, so this time they would do such a thing. However, these people now wanted to thank Li Zongjiu from the bottom of their hearts. This made Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran have a strange feeling. They seemed to be motivated by this kind of power. It made Li Zongjiu feel quite strange. Get up quickly. Qi Yanran waved her hand, and an invisible force dragged everyone up. We dare not save the people, but we will try our best, Qi Yanran said. Since he had such a cultivation base, he naturally needed to do something. At this moment, Li Zongjiu felt that the Hell Prajna skill in his body seemed to be running on its own, and it also automatically opened up a new hell. Hell of Merits. A light flashed in Li Zongjiu's mind. This name almost popped out by himself. Even Li Zongjiu didn't figure out what the hell was, what kind of existence it was, and how it could be created in his body. However, Li Zongjiu didn't panic. Anyway, this was a good thing. Everyone was also surprised by Qi Yanran's means. He actually lifted all of them up with a casual wave of his hand. She really had great magical powers. Ahem, I can't help for nothing. Just now, I used at least hundreds of thousands of upper-grade primordial stones. Li Zongjiu also rubbed 2 of his fingers. His meaning was quite obvious. Qi Yanran directly rolled her eyes. Li Zongjiu's old habit was acting up again. He really didn't change his mind no matter what. It was really rare. When Jiang Bai saw this gesture, he was also stunned. Immediately, he also immediately came to his senses. Not only did he help for free, but he also wanted the senior to pay for it. Therefore, Jiang Bai immediately understood. Senior, don't worry. I still have some military supplies here. There are 200,000 upper-grade primordial stones. You can use them first. When the supplies arrive, I will give you 5 million upper-grade primordial stones. Jiang Bai said. This number also directly surprised the 2 of them. Is there a mistake? Are these people so rich? Could it be that the primordial stones in the sacred martial realm can be picked up casually? However, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran also didn't know. The production of primordial stones in the sacred martial realm was indeed quite rich, but not everyone could have them. Moreover, primordial stones were also military supplies. The upper-grade primordial stones almost never fell into the hands of ordinary people. Whoever took it would be breaking the law and would be punished. Now that they were also in a state of war, these supplies were also very rich. In fact, to fight against these half-orcs, they actually relied on these primordial stones. Without these primordial energy cannons and the like, it would be quite difficult to deal with these people. Ahem, well, that's more like it. Li Zongjiu also didn't know how to respond. Even in the sacred martial continent, when Li Zongjiu was at his peak in his previous life, he didn't see so many upper-grade primordial stones. Those were upper-grade primordial stones. Perhaps the total number of upper-grade primordial stones in the entire sacred martial continent was only about 40 to 50 million. Moreover, it was divided among so many people. Naturally, the amount was quite limited. Looking at the situation, it seemed that in a place like Sui Shan City, a battle would cost hundreds of thousands of upper-grade primordial stones. It was really extravagant and wasteful. If there was a waste, it was definitely these guys who were the real wasteful ones. Li Zongjiu extremely despised such behavior in his heart. Seeing that the 2 of them were happy, Jiang Bai was also very excited. Although the 5 million upper-grade primordial stones had already reached 80% of the total supply this time. But just by relying on the large formation just now, it was already worth more than 10 million upper-grade primordial stones. Therefore, the value of this was immeasurable. They had upper-grade primordial stones, but the number of array masters who could arrange a large formation was extremely small. 2 seniors have just exhausted themselves. Why don't you take a rest first before we set off? Jiang Bai said. In fact, Jiang Bai's heart was burning with anxiety. He couldn't wait to rush to his allies to provide support. However, the two of them had just completed such a large formation, so it was normal for them to take a rest. No need, let's set off immediately, Li Zongjiu said. You still have that little bird of yours, right? Li Zongjiu was naturally referring to the mountain auk. It's too exhausted, and it's still recovering in the green bird platform, Qi Yanran said. Obviously, the mountain auk couldn't be used. When Jiangbai heard this, it was time for him to perform. Two seniors, the cloud-piercing ship is just as fast. Then, Jiangbai also took something out of his storage bag. Suddenly, a large flying ship appeared in midair. This is an Eagle battleship? When Qi Yanran saw the cloud-piercing ship, he immediately said in surprise. However, if one looked carefully, it only had a little charm. After all, the cloud-piercing ship in front of them was larger in size, and its cutting was smoother. This is a flying ship that can only be obtained in Shang country. Our Sui Shan country spent a lot of effort to obtain this one, Jiangbai said. Chapter 13:18. Qi Yanran, on the other hand, was extremely surprised. She didn't expect such a coincidence to happen. It's very normal. Everything is actually moving in the same direction, Li Zongjiu said. He had never been to the sacred martial realm before. However, in the sacred martial continent, 3,000 years later, a flying ship similar to the cloud-piercing ship was created. When it was in Li Zongjiu's hands, he renamed it the Eagle battleship. But in reality, the nature was similar. Qi Yanran didn't doubt him. After all, this was the sacred martial realm. It could only be said that Li Zongjiu's ideas were very advanced at that time. Someone had to create something advanced. Jiangbai quickly assigned some tasks to the deputy generals. At the same time, he led his guards onto the cloud-piercing ship. With the cloud-piercing ship's speed, they only needed an hour to reach the neighboring country, the Moon Nation. The first line of defense in the Moon Nation, Moon City, seemed to have been breached. Now, the remaining soldiers in Moon City were covering the civilians as they retreated to the waning Moon Ridge, which was 100 miles away. There was also a fortress built on the waning Moon Ridge. After Jiangbai and his military advisor confirmed the direction, he immediately ordered the cloud-piercing ship's pilot. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were still standing on the deck, but Jiangbai and the others were already seated in the cabin. There was a ring fastened to prevent them from flying out. Seniors, quickly enter the cabin. This cloud-piercing ship is extremely fast. No need. Let's set off, Li Zongjiu said proudly. He had underestimated them too much. Therefore, Li Zongjiu naturally had to regain his face. Since Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were so confident, Jiangbai didn't say anything. Jiangbai didn't say much. If he strongly requested at this time, wouldn't he be looking down on these two heavenly masters of Shang Empire? Full speed ahead. Rescuing people should be done sooner rather than later. If they could be faster, they might be able to save more people. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying roar sounded. It felt as if the surrounding air was being sucked in at this moment. At the same time, a huge explosive force was produced, and the huge cloud-piercing ship instantly rushed out. Boom! Li Zongjiu lost his balance, and was sent flying by the terrifying inertia. Qi Yanran was fine because she was leaning against a pillar. She had time to react. I'll go. Li Zongjiu was directly sent flying, almost flying to an extremely far distance. Even Li Zongjiu could not react in time. The acceleration was simply too fast. It could be said that he had fallen yet again. Thankfully, Qi Yanran reacted quickly. She transformed the desolate heaven essence into a white beam of light and instantly struck Li Zongjiu's body, bringing him back. If Li Zongjiu was prepared, such a situation would not have happened. However, this situation happened too quickly. Li Zongjiu did not expect such a fast speed, so he was sent flying. He returned to the cloud-piercing ship. Fortunately, Jiangbai and the others did not notice Li Zongjiu's embarrassment. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu would have been embarrassed once again. Li Zongjiu was also calm and composed. He returned to the deck and acted as if nothing had happened. He looked around, as if he was observing his surroundings. At this moment, the flying ship was really shuttling through the clouds. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran also discovered that the flying ship could absorb some of the energy in the clouds as it flew, turning it into its own power. This way, at least in a situation where there was no energy source, it could fly very far. This design surprised Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran quite a bit. Qi Yanran had also participated in the design and conception of the Eagle battleship, so when she saw this new structure, she instantly understood. However, no one could have thought of such an advanced concept at that time. This speed is still very fast. Although Qi Yanran and Jiang Bai were standing on the deck, as the flying ship moved forward, it had automatically formed a kind of airflow barrier, directly sticking the people on the flying ship firmly to the ship. At this moment, it was impossible to jump off the flying ship. It even required a lot of strength to break free from this force, because the cloud-piercing ship was always in a state of acceleration. The distance between the two ships was at least thousands of miles, but in just half an hour, they had already arrived above a city. When the flying boat entered the vicinity of a city, its speed directly decreased, and it slowly streaked across the sky. However, when everyone walked to the deck and saw the situation below, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The scene below was simply too shocking for them. Although it was not the first time they saw it, every time they saw it, they would feel a kind of shock and quite a heart-wrenching feeling. This kind of feeling was indescribable. They could only watch helplessly as this once glorious city of the human race was reduced to ruins just like that. It was already destroyed beyond recognition, and thick smoke rose into the air, sweeping towards the sky. Many corpses could be found in the ruins, but these corpses were not intact. Furthermore, it could be seen that these people had their heads chopped off without any surprise. This was what shocked everyone. Such a cruel method, only the fallen race could do it. Is this still the Moon Edge city from before? One of the guards sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw this scene. The scene at the scene was really quite shocking. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand this kind of stimulation. At this moment there was a series of movements in the city. Obviously, they heard the movement of the cloud-piercing ship outside, and suddenly, a large number of half-beastmen came out. These people still stayed in the city to find some fish that escaped the net, but under the ruins of the Moon Edge city, tens of thousands of half-beastmen rushed out. Too cruel. Qi Yanran frowned. Seeing such a scene, as someone of the same race, was indeed quite uncomfortable. If the city was captured, this would be the outcome. So, no matter how many people died, they must defend the city. After leaving the city, they would have nowhere to go. So, the people of Suishan City did not go anywhere. After leaving Suishan City, everything would come to an end. Damn it! Jiang Bai and the others' eyes were filled with tears. As soldiers, they could not bear to see the scene of the destruction of the country because it was their duty to protect these people. But in the end, they came too late. Sigh. Li Zongjiu also helplessly shook his head. With a flick of his finger, a towering flame directly fell from the sky. Boom! When the flame fell, the Moon Edge city instantly turned into a sea of fire. And these half-beastmen were also burned to ashes. Not a single one of them could escape. After all, Li Zongjiu's flame was already at the Supreme Being realm. Let's continue forward. Li Zongjiu killed countless people in his previous life, but it did not mean that Li Zongjiu was inhumane. On the contrary, Li Zongjiu himself also liked to watch the bustling world in a quiet place. But because of all kinds of hatred in his previous life, Li Zongjiu became the evil lord of this generation. Now that he really saw the destruction of the world, the destruction of the city, and the cruel murder of his fellow humans, no one could bear it. The fire burned all the half-blood beastmen in the city to ashes. Then, the cloud-piercing ship continued forward. Waning Moon Mountain Ridge stronghold. A bloody battle was about to break out. The people had already crossed the mountain ridge stronghold. They only needed to go forward 50 miles, and there would be a city to take over. But before that, they must stop the half-beastman's advance. "Everyone, this is our final battle," a female archer who was covered in blood said with a sonorous voice. This female archer's eyes were bloodshot. They had already been fighting for 3 days. Of the original 200,000 human soldiers, only these few people were left. Less than 400. All the generals, commanders, and vanguards had died in battle. Right now, she was only a centurion of 100 archers. But she was already the highest-ranking person present. So now, these 400 soldiers were all under her command. Chapter 13:19. In today's battle, we have no other choice but to use the weapons in our hands to kill our way out. In order to buy time, we must defend the stronghold to the death. Su Jing exclaimed. With a wave of his arm, the soldiers under his command also began to shout loudly. Defend the stronghold to the death! Defend the stronghold to the death! Among the 400 people, there were many types of soldiers, but the weapons they could use at this moment were quite few. Apart from a few light energy cannons in their hands, there were only cold weapons in their hand, long swords and spears. Although the lineup was not neat, there was only one goal in everyone's heart, and that was to defend the stronghold to the death. Su Jing also took out the amulet hanging around her neck and looked at it again. This was given to her by her parents when she joined the army. Later on, her parents were also killed in the invasion of the orcs, and even their bodies could not be found. Now, she was just an ordinary high-level elemental master. In terms of commanding so many people in front of her, she was indeed a little unqualified, but now there was no other way. She could only fight by herself. There were less than 30 arrows left in the bow in her hand. However, the other side's orc army was at least 200,000. Rumble! The ground in front of them suddenly shook, and then they could see that in the distance, there seemed to be a dark cloud that was rapidly rolling over. On the ground, there was also a black tide of troops rushing over quickly, and they were rushing up the mountain. It was not the first time they saw such a scene of thousands of soldiers and horses. If it was in the past, these veterans might be shocked, but now they only had one thought, and that was to live for one more second and kill one more enemy. This was their heart's desire. This was what they were thinking at this moment. Get ready! Su Jing saw that the enemy's vanguard had already rushed halfway up the mountain, and the distance between the two sides was less than 1,000 meters. She directly shouted. In the face of such a powerful enemy, no one took a step back. Kill! Less than 500 meters. The bow in Su Jing's hand was already aimed at one of them. Just as she was about to release the arrow, a figure suddenly fell from the sky. Boom! Su Jing saw that the figure actually blocked her line of sight, and in a panic, she directly let go of her hand. The arrow in his hand had already shot out rapidly. Although he didn't know who this person was, judging from his appearance, he seemed to be a fellow human. In that case, wouldn't they be killing their own people by mistake? Su Jing immediately exclaimed. Dodge! However, the enemy troops were so powerful that they couldn't even hear the call. Just as the arrow was about to pierce the person in front of him, another figure floated down. He extended his hand and gently grabbed the arrow, catching it in his hand. Su Jing was stunned. The skill of the woman who suddenly appeared in front of her was like a dream. She casually caught her arrow. Damn you! Li Zongjiu flipped his palm over. The mountain-toppling golden seal fell. An extremely terrifying golden palm print descended from the sky. It contained an extremely vast amount of power and landed directly on the ground. Bang! When the golden palm landed on the ground, it directly overturned the surrounding soil and instantly smashed tens of thousands of orcs into pieces. Moreover, the orcs that rushed up behind were instantly burned to ashes by the remaining power of the golden light. Qi Yanran also used the power of the desolate heaven essence to rush forward and smash the orcs into meat paste. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of orcs were killed. The orcs at the back didn't know the situation in front of them and continued to charge forward. Soon, they were also easily wiped out. In the orc army camp at the foot of the mountain, a patriarch watched the battle in front of him. How could so many people be needed to attack a mere waning moon mountain? Therefore, he only casually sent 100,000 orcs to attack. However, the commotion that erupted from the mountain seemed to have easily killed these orcs. This caused the clan leader to be shocked. What's going on? Why are we suffering such heavy losses? The patriarch also said in shock. However, by the time he reacted, the 100,000 orcs on the mountain had already been killed. A few smart ones hid first and then secretly fled back. To them, the scene on the mountain just now was quite terrifying. So many people died in the blink of an eye. It was not something they could resist at all. Su Jing and some of the soldiers who were determined to die were also stunned on the spot. From start to finish, it took less than 5 minutes. No, it would only be 3 minutes at most. The man and woman in front of him had easily wiped out the 100,000 beastmen. There were still a few palm prints left on the ground. There was a blazing energy in the palm prints that was constantly emitting. It was this energy that was released. Once the orcs came into contact with this energy, they were directly incinerated into powder. The sudden reversal of the battle situation made Su Jing and the others unable to react. However, the two people in front of them had killed 100,000 orcs. Such powerful strength must have come from the Shang nation. Shang nation's heavenly master? This thought flashed through Su Jing's mind. Could it be that the heavenly masters of the Shang nation had finally made a move? After holding on for so long in these small countries, they finally had the time to make a move. At this moment, a cloud-piercing ship was hanging above the waning moon mountain ridge. Then, more than 10 figures jumped down. Although the leader was also a woman, she was wearing the armor of a general. Jiang Bai and the others landed in front of Su Jing. I am the general of Suishan City, Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai first introduced himself. When they heard that it was actually the general of Suishan City, the eyes of all the soldiers lit up again. The archer captain and the soldiers of Moon Edge City greet the general. Su Jing hurriedly led the soldiers to kneel down. It was the general of Suishan City. The reinforcements of Suishan City had arrived. This was the thought in their minds. The soldiers behind them also knelt down in unison. They had been looking forward to seeing the general of Suishan City for a long time. Everyone, you have worked hard, Jiang Bai also said. After 3 days of continuous bitter fighting, their bodies were already at their limit. Jiang Bai immediately ordered his guards to help these soldiers by distributing food and the like. At the same time, he called Su Jing over. These are the seniors of the 2 secluded cultivators, Senior Li and Senior Yanran. Jiang Bai introduced. At least these people had to know who had saved them. Su Jing thanks the 2 seniors. Immediately, Su Jing wanted to continue kneeling. However, Qi Yanran stopped her. You are the real heroes. This is your arrow. Qi Yanran returned the arrow that she had just caught to Su Jing. Immediately, Su Jing's heart trembled. This was an extremely high level of recognition. Chapter 13:20. Su Jing respectfully took the arrow from Qi Yanran with both hands. Suddenly, she felt as if the arrow in her hand was a blessing. From now on, Su Jing must grasp every arrow that was shot. There were only about 400 soldiers left in Moon City's garrison. A total of 200,000 soldiers were left in the end. Moreover, Moon City was breached, and at least half of the civilians were unable to evacuate in time. Since then, Moon Kingdom had lost another city, so its territory had shrunk even more. There are still 100,000 half-orcs below. Wait for me to destroy them, Li Zongjiu said. Jiang Bai and the others were not worried. After all, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran had easily killed millions of half-orcs. They were so powerful that it was daunting. It was even difficult to imagine the strength of these people. Senior, you have to be careful. There are 3 gluttons in their army. Su Jing hurriedly said. What gluttons? Even Jiang Bai was completely shocked. It was no wonder that with Moon City's strength, they were able to break through it so quickly. The gluttonous beast was already quite powerful. They were huge and could easily crush everything. Even the city walls could not withstand the impact of these gluttons. No wonder Moon City was defeated so quickly. Jiang Bai and the others finally understood that it was because of the gluttons. These gluttons were usually placed on the battlefield of the Upper Kingdom. How could they be deployed to the battlefield of the Lower Kingdom? Naturally, no one could resist them. Gluttons. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran listened and smiled disdainfully. Aren't they just a few big rats? The two looked at each other, and with a flash of their bodies, they rushed down. Whoosh! Whoosh! The figures of the two seemed to be accompanied by the sound of wind breaking as they directly disappeared. They were like 2 ghosts. General, those are gluttons. Don't they need our support? Because they had seen the horror of these gluttons. The city walls of Moon City were breached by the gluttons in less than an hour, and the street battles in the city lasted for 2 days. Even their general had been eaten by the glutton right from the start. No amount of elemental weapons could kill the gluttons. In the end, the 3 gluttons were completely unharmed. No need. Jiang Bai shook his head slowly. Although he did not know how strongly Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were, Jiang Bai was sure that the gluttons below were no match for Li Zongjiu and the others. After all, even the assassin was killed by the 2 of them without anyone noticing. Therefore, Jiang Bai had absolute confidence in the strength of these 2 people. There was also the formation set up in Sui Shan City. He could clearly feel the power of the array. Even if the real heavenly master of the Upper Kingdom came, he would not be a match for the 2 of them. In the military camp of the fallen beastmen below, 3 black behemoths more than 20 meters tall were locked in iron cages. Even the beastmen themselves did not dare to say that they could control the gluttons 100%. Therefore, they would usually lock up the gluttons. Once the gluttons were hungry, they would launch a frenzied attack. They would not stop until they were dead. The gluttons would eat anything. Nothing could stop the gluttons from attacking. Even if there was a mountain in front of them, they would smash it. When the Beastman Patriarch saw the beastmen on the mountain, he ran back as if he had seen a ghost. When he was caught and questioned, he said that he did not know anything and did not see anything. The main point was that he did not see anything. The beastmen in front were all dead. You didn't see anything clearly and you ran for your lives. Get out of here. The Patriarch immediately ordered the escaping beastmen to be thrown into the cages prepared for the gluttons. Patriarch, please spare us. Patriarch, please spare us. But in the next moment they were thrown into the gluttons' cages. The gluttons bit the beastmen in their mouths and easily crushed them. One could even hear the sound of bones colliding with teeth. The Patriarch's name was Wild King. 2 days ago, he was in a meeting with the Realm Lord of the Fallen War Territory. When he heard that the Heavenly Master of the Upper Kingdom had appeared in Suishan City, he hurriedly spent a large amount of money to mobilize 3 gluttons to his tribe to fight. He did it to give himself a sense of security. At the same time, he wanted to take the lead in conquering the human camp so that they could continue to advance. For them, this was a very important matter. The sooner they achieved success, the sooner they could leave this damned place. You guys, go up the mountain and see what's going on, Wild King Patriarch said. Just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. The 3 gluttons locked in the iron cages suddenly became restless. They tore at the iron cages in front of them in a frenzy, and kept ramming into the iron cages. Under the frenzied ramming, the iron cages were deformed. What's going on? The sudden outburst of the gluttons made Wild King panic. He had never encountered such a situation before. Could it be that the gluttons were hungry? But even if they were hungry, they shouldn't be in such a state. Suddenly, the gluttons directly broke out of the cages and started to crazily bite the beastmen in front of them. Gluttony's body looked like a giant rat standing upright. With a light flick of its tail, more than 10 beastmen were thrown into its mouth. At the same time, it trampled many beastmen to death. How can this be? Hurry up and calm them down. What are you all doing? However, no matter how Wild King ordered, the beastmen couldn't stop the gluttons in front of them. The gluttons quickly shuttled back and forth in the army camp. The entire army was in a mess. Wild King only felt that he was about to collapse. If this continued, wouldn't they be finished? Suddenly, one of the gluttons rushed towards Wild King. Wild King's heart skipped a beat. Hurry up and protect me! Wild King's tribe leader hurriedly shouted. However, the soldiers beside him had already fled far away. Who would protect you when you were about to die? Moreover, this kind of situation wasn't something that could be easily protected. Wild King's tribe leader was immediately swept up by the tail of a glutton and violently thrown into the sky. When Wild King's body was in the air, he could see that there were 2 figures standing in the air. They stood in the air and looked down at the people below with indifferent eyes. It's you guys, Wild King saw the 2 people standing quietly in the air. They were like gods who looked down on all living things. In the next moment, Wild King's body fell down. He was bitten by the gluttons, torn into pieces. Then, the 3 gluttons formed a triangular blockade in the army camp and devoured the beastmen one by one. Chapter 13:21. Li Zongjiu easily controlled the 3 gluttons with his mental power. Therefore, it was normal to use the gluttons to repay the half-beastmen. Moreover, the gluttons were easy to control. It's not difficult to control them. Their mental power is very weak. Li Zongjiu said. Qi Yanran was quite curious about Li Zongjiu's method, so Li Zongjiu explained it to her. Go! Li Zongjiu gave the gluttons an order in their minds. He ordered them to run towards the half-beastmen's camp. Whenever they encountered a half-beastman, they were to eat them. At the very least, before meeting a powerful orc spirit master, the spirit command would remain in the gluttony's mind, and he would carry it out forever. Let's go. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran left directly. All the half-beastmen warriors of the Wild King tribe were killed. Most of them were killed by the gluttons. Therefore, the scene was extremely tragic. The 2 returned to the stronghold. After telling them that all the half-beastmen at the foot of the mountain were killed, everyone was surprised by the strength of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. Of course, before that, Jiang Bai also told them about the heroic deeds of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran in Suishan City. If Li Zongjiu hadn't taken action, Suishan City would have been destroyed. Their Suishan City had probably already been breached. They couldn't stop the joint attack of the 5 tribes. When Su Jing and the others heard that the 5 major tribes had joined forces to attack Suishan City, their faces were extremely nervous. Obviously, they knew how desperate and terrifying this situation would be. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran took action in time. Therefore, they saved the people of Suishan City at this critical moment. This kind of drastic change between life and death was naturally hard to believe. It even felt like a dream. When Li Zongjiu and Li Zongjiu returned, Li Zongjiu also used medicinal pills to help the soldiers recover from their injuries and stamina. In the eyes of Jiang Bai and others, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran had already become the representatives of omnipotence. How could there be such a perfect couple? It was shocking. Let's go and receive those commoners who have arrived at Star Moon City. Star Moon City was the second line of defense of the Moon Nation. If they could conquer Star Moon City, they would only need to pass through 2 more checkpoints to reach the capital of the Moon Nation. Therefore, it could be said that the situation was quite dangerous. If he didn't manage to block it this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. We won't be going with you. Be careful on the way. We still have to go to other places to help, Jiang Bai said. In addition, there were 2 other cities that had been breached and were on the verge of being breached. The situation was extremely urgent. If Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran could take action, of course, they would go and save more people. Our humble words are light, but please accept our 3 bows, benefactors. Su Jing once again knelt down in front of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. Descending from the sky in such a desperate situation was what a god would do. Moreover, they didn't stop at all and continued to rush to other battlefields to help. Such righteousness naturally made Su Jing and other soldiers admire them. Under the sincere worship of these people, Li Zongjiu felt that the power in his merit hell was rapidly increasing. With this upgrade, Li Zongjiu finally knew what was missing in his previous life. The reason why Li Zongjiu had not been able to break through the final step was because he lacked the power of the hell of merit. The hell that was created could only give some things a form and present them to Li Zongjiu. Things that couldn't be seen in the past could now be seen in the hell. Therefore, Li Zongjiu had the merit hell in his body at this moment. He could clearly feel the increase of the power of merit. Although Li Zongjiu still didn't know the use of the power of merit, it was beneficial for something like this to increase a little. The cloud-piercing ship continued to move forward. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran also launched a real rescue in the Battle of Time. At this moment, outside Suishan City, 20 figures landed. Lord Xuemye, Suishan City is in front. Xuemye glanced at the situation in front. They had just returned from the Black Snake Ridge Fortress, and had already checked the situation of the Black Snake Ridge Fortress. Xue Wu and the others were easily killed, so it must be done by a top expert. However, the depraved aura on the other party's body could be used to track them, but they couldn't find them at this moment. They couldn't help but be surprised. Obviously, the depraved aura was refined by the other party. It's really a good method to refine the depraved aura. In this way, it was equivalent to hiding one's body. But soon, Xuemye's eyes lit up. A few thousand miles away from here, a person carrying a large amount of depraved aura appeared. Obviously, he had just been infected, which meant that a large number of half-beastman soldiers were killed. It seems that he has already escaped. Does he want to kill the people of my fallen clan like cabbages? The 5 of you destroy Suishan City. The rest of you follow me. Xuemye immediately prepared to take people to chase after Li Zongjiu and Xue Wu. This matter must be done quickly. Otherwise, the other party will refine the depraved aura again. If they can't complete the task, the manager will be angry and they will be finished. Suishan City shouldn't continue to exist here, so he directly ordered to erase Suishan City. Yes, Lord Xuemye. Immediately, 5 top-notch assassins were left behind. Xuemye took the remaining people and chased after Li Zongjiu. I can go on a killing spree again. This time, I'm going to enjoy the process of killing. Someone couldn't help but sneer. Then, the 5 assassins' figures flashed and directly rushed toward Suishan City. The 5 of them couldn't restrain the crazy killing intent in their hearts. However, when the 5 of them rushed to the sky above Suishan City, they were about to escape into the city. Suddenly, a huge firebird appeared in the sky above Suishan City. The firebird turned around and directly flapped its wings at the 5 of them. Boom! Instantly, the 5 figures exploded in the sky like fireworks. They bloomed with extremely dazzling light. At this moment, the people in Suishan City looked up at the sky. The 5 assassins who were about to sneak in were directly blown to pieces. However, there were no more movements in the sky. Xuemye and the others, who had already left for some distance, suddenly stopped. What? Xuemye and the others looked back at the 5 figures that had turned into smoke. Their pupils shrank. You saw it? It seems to be an array. Chapter 13:22. Array formation. As soon as he said that, the few of them were shocked as well. The half-beastmen were most afraid of array formations. In fact, when he first arrived, he directly launched a hunting operation to kill all the array masters, killing all those who knew array masters. He even forced them to not dare to show themselves. But it was also because of this that this array formation was terrifying. Now, a powerful array formation had appeared again? Xuemye and the others broke out in cold sweat. If they had rushed in just now, they would be the ones to die. It really is an array formation. Xuemye and the others' eyes flashed. Quickly report this to Lord Manager. Xuemye and the others observed for a while and found that the array formation was quite powerful. Even if they approached it with their cultivation, they would be seriously injured and would not be able to rush out. Some array masters in the human race were indeed quite terrifying. The array formation they casually set up was enough to endlessly trap and kill the half-beastmen. In the beginning, they suffered heavy losses. In the end, the higher-ups of the Beast God Temple made up their minds to hunt down all the array masters of the human race at all costs. So now, those who knew about array formations were either experts or dead. Even the endless pursuit of the half-beastmen was an extremely painful experience for ordinary array masters. In short, the half-beastmen were unscrupulous. In the end, they killed 80% of the human race's array masters. Their methods were also quite cruel. Now, an array master had appeared. This made them vigilant. Lord, if we can hunt down an advanced array master. At this moment, a subordinate came forward and said. Although he wanted to say something, the meaning in his words was quite obvious. But it was obviously an extremely dangerous thing. They were indeed inexperienced when facing an array master, but wealth came from danger. If they wanted to be promoted in the Beast God Temple, they must first make a great contribution. You're right. Let's go, this array master will die without a doubt. Xuemye had long wanted to reach a higher level. If this continued, when would there be an end? He must have a breakthrough and progress. Hunting down an array master was bound to be a great contribution. With this contribution, he might even become a candidate to become a manager. When he sits in this position, his status will be completely different. When the divine temple completely transmits to him, it will be time for him to be rewarded. Xuemye had already seized this opportunity to turn things around. The operation this time was extremely important, and he absolutely could not reveal it to anyone. If someone else got ahead of him, it would be a huge loss for him. Immediately, Xuemye led his men to chase after Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu and the others relied on the speed of the cloud-piercing ship to resolve the remaining 2 crises within a day, saving millions of people. At the same time, wherever Li Zongjiu passed by, he would set up a series of formations. All of them were defended by the Nirvana Heavenly Fire formation. When Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran arranged the formation, they were more proficient and the formation they arranged was more perfect. Hu Wushuang, who was waiting in the unparalleled sword, shook her head after seeing the progress of the 2, and exclaimed that they were monsters. She did not expect the 2 to be so terrifyingly talented. The 2 of them directly learned her methods one after another. She did not teach them very carefully. At most, it could be considered as a demonstration, but the 2 of them had already grasped the essence. She could not help but sigh at the terrifying strength of the 2. It was really frightening. On the cloud-piercing ship, there were a few more members. They were the princess from the Yun Nation and her personal guards. The princess of the Yun Nation was also stationed in the Yun Nation's city, White Cloud City. However, all of the soldiers were sacrificed. Half of the people in White Cloud City were cruelly killed by these people. This made the princess of the Yun Nation extremely sad and indignant. They threatened to take advantage of the situation and destroy the command center of the Fallen War territory. As long as the command center of the Fallen War territory was destroyed, it would be a beautiful counterattack. The war had been going on for more than 300 years. In these 300 years, countless countries had been destroyed. No one knew how many people had died, but the human race had been constantly retreating. They had been beaten back repeatedly, and they had never been able to take back their own territory and drive these foreign races out of the continent. This time, the plan could be carried out because of the presence of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. In fact, even if they did not say anything, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran had already decided to destroy the Fallen War territory master. Only by gathering together would they be able to kill quickly. The princess of the Yun nation was called Chu Yanguan. When Li Zongjiu and the others arrived, Chu Yanguan and the others were preparing to commit suicide. Instead of dying in the hands of these people, it was better to end their own lives. This was the only way to ensure that they would not see their own faces when they died. Thank you for your help this time. Yan Guan has nothing to repay you, but I am willing to give you my primordial stones. Chu Yanguan directly handed one of his storage belts to Li Zongjiu. Obviously, the few of them could see that Li Zongjiu was the leader of the two. Chu Yanguan had chatted with Jiang Bai before and knew that Li Zongjiu liked primordial stones. Oh! Li Zongjiu, who was meditating, opened his eyes. He saw the storage belt in front of him. It was enough to see how big the space was since it was able to forge a storage treasure into a belt. There are 20 million upper-grade primordial stones inside. Chu Yanguan said. 20 million primordial stones. And they were all upper-grade primordial stones. Although Li Zongjiu was already mentally prepared, he was still shocked. These people were already so rich. How rich would the other people from the upper nation be? Ahem, if you have something to say, just say it. Li Zongjiu was not a simple young man. Seeing that the other party took the initiative to give away so many primordial stones, even if you were a princess, there was no reason for you to give away so many primordial stones. It should be known that these primordial stones were very useful in such a state of war. It might even save your life. Senior, please accept me as your disciple. Chu Yanguan said firmly. Accept her as his disciple. Chu Yanguan's talent could only be regarded as ordinary. At least in Li Zongjiu's eyes, except for him, the others were also ordinary. But now it seemed that Qi Yanran's talent was even more powerful. It had reached a level that Li Zongjiu could not see clearly. Not interested. Li Zongjiu waved his hand. He was not interested in teaching a disciple. Moreover, it was not easy to become Li Zongjiu's disciple. What's more, he had to bring someone with him now. Wouldn't that become a burden? Let me have a look. Give me your hand. Qi Yanran, on the other hand, was interested in Chu Yan. Chapter 13:23. Chu Yanguan stretched out his hand to Qi Yanran. If he could become Qi Yanran's disciple, he would be equally excited. As long as he could learn real skills and kill these half-beastmen, it didn't matter who he became. Chu Yanguan's talent was not bad. At least in the Yun country, he was an extremely top existence. At such a young age, he had already reached the origin ancestor realm. Although he was only a first-grade origin ancestor, there were still many people who could not reach his level. However, Chu Yanguan himself did not have much confidence. He just wanted to fight for an opportunity. If he did not fight for it, he might not even have this opportunity. What did you see? Li Zongjiu asked. Qi Yanran was checking Chu Yanguan's physical condition as if she was taking his pulse. Li Zongjiu was naturally quite envious of her ability to detect other people's talent by touching them. Therefore, he also wanted to learn a few moves when he was free. Although Qi Yanran had learned a lot now, some things could not be said at all. They could only be understood but could not be explained. Therefore, Li Zongjiu could only observe and learn now. There is a little compatibility. I have a nameless breathing technique here. If you can cultivate it, you will naturally know where to find me. If you can't cultivate it, your achievements will be slightly higher than yours now. Qi Yanran said. Thank you, senior. Chu Yanguan did not dare to take advantage of her. If he directly called her master now, it would make Qi Yanran unhappy. Immediately, Qi Yanran stretched out her finger and gently touched Chu Yanguan's eyebrows. A force quickly poured into Chu Yanguan's mind. Although Chu Yanguan was surprised by Qi Yanran's means, he was not worried that Qi Yanran would harm him. After all, with Qi Yanran's strength, it was too easy to kill him. Buzz. In Chu Yanguan's mind, there was suddenly a message. When he received this information, Chu Yanguan's heart jumped. He didn't expect there to be such a method. It was as if something suddenly appeared in his mind, and it left a deep impression on him, making it impossible for him to forget. Thank you, Senior. Chu Yanguan thanked her again. Go down first. Qi Yanran waved her hand. At this moment, Li Zongjiu opened his eyes and looked at Qi Yanran. He seemed to have sensed something. Then, the two figures disappeared in front of Chu Yanguan. Whoosh! The two appeared on the deck at the same time. In the next moment, the cloud-piercing ship seemed to have sunk into a quagmire. It was hooked by countless ropes, and there was no way for it to break free. There was even a sharp weapon that was directly thrown into one of the energy generators of the cloud-piercing ship. Boom! At the place where the power was generated, it would also explode. Until now, Jiang Bai and the others were shocked to discover that the cloud-piercing ship had been attacked. On guard! Jiang Bai's bodyguard shouted loudly. In an instant, everyone was on high alert. It was not that Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran did not feel safe here. It was just that they had developed such a reaction over the years. If they were not vigilant enough, they could die at any time. Under the protection of his personal guards, Chu Yan also came to the deck together with them. At this moment, the flying ship had lost its power and was rapidly falling down. Qi Yanran waved her hand and used the desolate heaven essence to bind the cloud-piercing ship. At the same time, the cloud-piercing ship seemed to be suspended in the air. Haha, you two have good skills. Which one of you is an array master? After the flying ship stabilized, a voice rang out. Then, a bolt of lightning flashed and more than 10 figures appeared in the sky. They were like messengers from hell. Immediately, everyone became nervous. It's the assassins! Jiang Bai exclaimed. The assassins had finally arrived. The assassins from the dark hall were ruthless. Once they appeared, they would pile up corpses into mountains. They killed people like flies and took pleasure in killing people. The cloud-piercing ship was restrained by the assassins. It was obvious that the assassins had used some method to destroy it. However, the fact that the assassins were able to follow them was proof of their ability. Although Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were strong, the assassins were equally strong. To Jiang Bai and the others, the assassins were mysterious. Even Li Zongjiu and the others might not be able to resist them. Now that they were facing the assassins in front of them, it was difficult to judge who was stronger. Naturally, they were nervous. Both of us, Li Zongjiu said straightforwardly. These people in front of them really thought highly of themselves. They directly landed on the cloud-piercing ship. The assassins only dared to attack because they were certain that there was no array nearby. Otherwise, even if they were given 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to approach an array master. A cold light flashed in Xuemye's eyes. Either this kid was bluffing or he was telling the truth. 2. Interesting. The corners of Xuemye's mouth curled up. He didn't expect that he would be able to capture 2 array masters. His credit was doubled. How could Xuemye not be happy? Therefore, when Xuemye was happy, he suppressed this joy in his heart. So, the soldiers of my fallen clan were killed by the 2 of you? Xuemye said. And those few sneaky rat heads from yesterday were also killed by me. Li Zongjiu said. At the same time, he looked at the people in front of him. The higher their cultivation, the purer their bloodline, and the more they looked like humans. However, their essence wouldn't change. Very good. If the 2 of you are willing to come with us today, we will be merciful and let them live. What do you think? The corners of Xuemye's mouth curled up slightly. Now, he had changed his mind. If he could capture the 2 array masters alive, his credit would be too high. It might even be so high that they wouldn't dare to imagine it. Xuemye couldn't wait to imagine himself becoming the manager of this assassination palace. He would directly become the manager. If that was the case, he would really bring glory to his ancestors and make a name for himself. Every manager had considerable power. Moreover, managers had the opportunity to be baptized. After the baptism, their strength would become stronger. And for the fallen clan, this would be a supreme glory. Strength wasn't strength. They could talk about it later. However, if they could get such glory, it would be the most important thing for them. Jiang Bai and the others' faces were extremely ugly. Chu Yanguan was well aware of the fallen race's methods against array masters. If they couldn't use them, they would directly destroy them. Senior, the fallen clan has a deep fear of array masters. So, once we find an array master, we will either subdue them or destroy them. Chu Yanguan said. Obviously, he didn't want to see the two of them fall into the hands of the assassination palace. However, Xuemye and the others were full of confidence. They glanced at Qi Yanran and Li Zongjiu, who didn't make any movements. They were a little vigilant. I will give you 5 seconds to think about it. I will not give you time to arrange the array. If you don't agree, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 13:24. Xuemye said coldly, as if he felt that the more he frowned, the more intimidating he was. However, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran both looked at Xuemye with a faint smile. He wanted to show off in front of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran? They had never seen such an overconfident person. Then, the few of them waited quietly for 5 seconds. 5 seconds passed. Li Zongjiu took the initiative to provoke. Time has passed. Can you show us how ruthless you are? Jiang Bai and the others were already very nervous. However, seeing Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran so calm, they calmed down slightly. Since Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were not flustered at all, they must have a way to deal with the situation in front of them. Now they were surrounded by these assassins. They had no other way. The only thing they could do was to kill themselves before they were caught. They did not want to fall into the hands of these people. Otherwise they would feel the pain of death. He stood side by side with Chu Yan. They stood together behind Qi Yanran. When he heard that Li Zongjiu took the initiative to provoke the other party, Jiang Bai became even more nervous. Did he not know the other party's strength, or did he deliberately play with them because he knew the other party's strength? Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran's strength should not be a problem. Xuemye felt the deep ridicule and provocation in Li Zongjiu's eyes. Immediately, Xuemye sneered. He stretched out 2 fingers and pointed at Li Zongjiu. Break his legs. As his voice fell, suddenly 2 black shadows flew directly from the side at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they came in front of Li Zongjiu. However, before Li Zongjiu could move, Qi Yanran had already made her move. With a flick of his finger, 2 beams of 5-colored divine light blasted the 2 men's heads with a bang. The 2 people did not have time to react. Their bodies fell straight forward, leaving a long trace on the deck. Blood flowed on the deck. Xuemye suddenly widened his eyes. Obviously, he was surprised by Qi Yanran's means. After all, Xuemye didn't think that Qi Yanran's speed would be faster. Moreover, it was Qi Yanran who attacked. He thought that Li Zongjiu would be more powerful. It seemed that this Li Zongjiu was the real array master. The other girl was only the array master's guardian. The fallen race who participated in hunting array masters knew that. Every array master would have a powerful guardian by his side. Otherwise, the array master would be useless. It would be like a piece of fat meat on a chopping board that could be easily chopped up. You guys hold that woman! Transform! Roar! Then, with a low roar, the surrounding people also roared in anger. There seemed to be a strong aura that was rapidly gathering on their bodies. With the injection of this power, the aura these people's aura. Bang! The remaining 12 people jumped to the deck. At this moment, some of their clothes were pierced by some sharp scales. When they saw the dark red barbed scales on these people, Chu Yanguan nearly cried out. Flying Scales Troop! These people are all the top troops of the assassination palace. Little girl, you're quite knowledgeable. The leader of the attackers glanced at Chu Yanguan. He didn't expect a low-level person like Chu Yanguan to be able to recognize them as members of the Flying Scales Troop. The so-called Flying Scales Troop was actually formed because their original bodies were extremely similar. However, this troop was proficient in assassination and was merciless. Whoosh! Qi Yanran took a step forward and took the initiative to rush toward these 12 people. These 12 figures also jumped up in an instant. Their figures intertwined and directly formed a strangling net toward Qi Yanran. Qi Yanran also raised her palm. As he waved his palm, the 12 people were forced to retreat. Xuemye saw that this little girl Qi Yanran had some strength. He immediately stopped hesitating. If he continued to wait, maybe Qi Yanran would kill all the people of the Flying Scales troop. Xuemye immediately transformed. After transforming, Xuemye's appearance looked more like a slender fishtail. At the same time, there was a horn on his head. It's so troublesome to transform. Li Zongjiu saw that Xuemye's transformation seemed to be a little troublesome. He still had to struggle for a long time. You're still so stubborn in the face of death. After transforming, Xuemye's aura was even stronger. He even felt that he could directly destroy a city with just a breath of strength. Jiang Bai and the others felt extremely suffocated. Finally, Xuemye made his move. He directly turned into a black light and rushed toward Li Zongjiu. Since he couldn't get Li Zongjiu, he could only destroy Li Zongjiu. In order to not give Qi Yanran a chance to react and rescue him, Xuemye directly used his strongest move. Blood extermination. When blood extermination was used, it would burn the blood in his body. At the same time, his speed would be increased to a terrifying degree. Even if an expert of the same level came, he would only be killed in a second. Boom! Xuemye's figure suddenly stopped. It was not by himself. It was forcibly suppressed by a strong hand. The horn on Xuemye's head became an offensive weapon, but at this moment, it was easily blocked by a hand. Is this all you've got? Li Zongjiu was still looking forward to it. After all, the people sent this time seemed to be a bit interesting. However, as soon as they started fighting, Li Zongjiu was completely disappointed. How could he be so weak? At this level, even the military master of the Xingyan dynasty could easily defeat him. What? Blood Mie could feel Li Zongjiu's strength. Li Zongjiu had actually blocked his attack so easily. Then, Xuemye gritted his teeth. He continued to ignite his blood. Sure enough, Li Zongjiu had some skills. He must be hiding some top magic weapon. Xuemye's figure directly turned into a dozen doppelgangers. At the same time, they rushed towards Li Zongjiu from all directions. Facing Xuemye's attack, Li Zongjiu also responded. Slap! A slap was directly thrown out. All of Xuemye's doppelgangers were destroyed. They directly rolled on the deck more than a dozen times. I say, you're not a fake, are you? Did the Beast God Temple raise trash like you? Li Zongjiu stood with his hands behind his back and said disdainfully. It seemed that in his eyes, Xuemye and the others were just a group of trash that could be spurned anywhere. Bang! 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 Qi Yanran seemed to have already tried these people's tricks and routines. Impatiently, she directly slapped the people in front of her to the ground. Bang! 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 Immediately, the 12 so-called experts of the Flying Scales troop all fell to the ground with serious injuries. They just happened to be in front of Xuemye. Retreat! Xuemye shouted. Obviously, he also knew that the strength of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran was not something that they could resist. Even after transforming, they were still not a match for the two of them. One was fine, but who knew that both of them were so powerful? You want to leave? Sure. Li Zongjiu directly flashed and then patted everyone's head. Suddenly, a mental command was sent into the minds of the Flying Scales troop. The situation of this command was similar to that of gluttony. It was also because Li Zongjiu found that the mental strength of these fallen people was relatively weak. Therefore, it was easier to control them. Since they were so easy to control, there was nothing much to say. If he made good use of them, he might be able to achieve an incredible effect. However, Xuemye and the others only felt their bodies shake. It seemed that Li Zongjiu was too late to stop them, so they quickly got up and fled into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the sky. We can't let them escape, Jiang Bai said with regret. If they could keep these people here, it could at least be considered as cutting off one of the assassination palace's right-hand men. At least, they would not dare to be so arrogant. At least, they could make these people suffer a little loss. It's okay, they will die. Li Zongjiu smiled faintly. The mental command that was sent just now would not have any effect under normal circumstances, but once they got close to the fallen people, they would automatically release this mental command and take the initiative to attack and kill the fallen people. At the beginning, it would certainly have a surprising effect. Before they were killed, they should be able to easily kill some people. It was also a counterattack. When Jiang Bai and the others heard Li Zongjiu's words, they were a little confused. However, they did not care. Since Li Zongjiu said it, it must be effective. It's just that this flying boat is broken. Jiang Bai, on the other hand, was vexed. She only had one cloud-piercing boat. I have it, Chu Yin said. Chapter 13:25. The flying boat in Chu Yinguan's hand. Judging from its appearance, it was even more powerful than the cloud-piercing boat. This is a star boat. When Jiang Bai saw the star boat, she looked at Chu Yinguan in shock. She did not expect Chu Yinguan to have a star boat. If he had the star boat in his hand, it would not be a problem for him to escape. However, when they arrived, Chu Yinguan and the others seemed to be ready to die for their country. Since they still had a chance to live, why didn't they use the star boat to escape? Jiang Bai began to speculate in her heart. Obviously, this star boat had an extraordinary origin. Only the royal family of a country was qualified to own a star boat. Could it be that Chu Yinguan's real identity was not the princess of the Yun country? Jiang Bai guessed in her heart. However, she could quickly connect the dot. After all, this kind of thing often happened in such a world. A princess in distress might have experienced too many escapes along the way. In the end, she might even feel that there was no hope for her to escape forever. Therefore, even if there was a chance of survival, she did not need it. Unless there was a real hope of turning the situation around. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran carried such hope. In fact, it had been a long time since they had won such a satisfying battle. Your boat is not bad. Li Zongjiu looked at the star boat with great appreciation. Even in Li Zongjiu's previous life, after 3,000 years, he had never seen such an advanced flying boat. Needless to say, it was very powerful. No wonder she gave out tens of millions of upper-grade primordial stones so casually. This girl's family was not ordinary. However, Li Zongjiu was not interested in Chu Yinguan's identity. After all, these things were not deliberately collected by Li Zongjiu. So what if they were extraordinary? In front of Li Zongjiu, they could be easily destroyed with a punch. Everyone boarded the star boat. Then, the star boat rushed toward the core area of the Fallen War territory. The headquarters of the Fallen War territory was located in the capital of an extremely powerful country. The strength of this country was equivalent to the combined strength of 3 small countries. However, no matter what, it was unable to withstand the attack of 10 tribes, which was a total of 2 million fallen warriors. There were even more secret weapons, such as the gluttons, that made their move. Therefore, the strength of the Fallen War realm was not to be underestimated. This place had been renamed Fallen City. The Lord of the Fallen Realm also controlled an extremely powerful elite force that was stationed in the Fallen City. However, the Fallen City was usually used as a logistical supply. But today, something big happened in Fallen City. In just half an hour, the 3 gluttons rushed into the Fallen City and started attacking crazily. At first, the people of Fallen City thought that the gluttony was throwing a tantrum, or that it wanted to eat something. However, they soon realized that the gluttony had only bitten people to death and did not eat them. All of a sudden, it caused a huge loss. Thus, the Lord of the Fallen Realm immediately ordered the 3 gluttons to be killed. When the glutton was killed, the glutton was killed. 2 of the Fallen City's city walls had been destroyed. Although the human race seemed to be at a disadvantage now, the gluttons would occasionally launch surprise attacks to kill the human race. Therefore, the fallen city had to be careful. In addition to the city walls, at least thousands of fallen warriors were trampled to death. With the strength of the gluttons, killing these fallen warriors was like child's play. In order to catch the gluttons, many elite soldiers were sacrificed. For a time, the entire fallen city suffered heavy losses. Just when the fallen city had just stabilized, in the distant sky, a terrifying light seemed to be attacking. The surrounding air also began to vibrate. The soldiers of fallen city also looked up at the sky. The airflow in the sky was rapidly forming a storm. It's the human race's warship. Some of the orcs with sharp eyes saw a huge figure rapidly approaching from afar. They immediately roared. He was extremely shocked by the situation in front of him. He did not expect that the human race would dare to rush into Fallen City. It should be known that in Fallen City, there were more than 500,000 fallen warriors and elite soldiers. Moreover, each of them was quite brave. There were nearly 10 gluttons, who were guarding this place to ensure that they could provide timely support to various places. What's going on? The star boat hovered directly above the fallen city. Directly below it was the palace where the Lord of the Fallen Realm resided. The so-called palace was just the palace that the Lord of the Fallen Realm had refurbished. In terms of building construction, the orcs didn't have much talent. Even their weapons weren't excellent at all. If it wasn't for their tyrannical physique, they wouldn't have been able to defeat the orcs. If not for their strong physique and beast-like strength, they would not be a match for the human race. In short, in the current situation, in fact, both sides had their strengths and weaknesses. They kept each other in check and balance to maintain the current situation of constantly consuming each other's strength. If there was a heaven-shaking reversal in the end, then there would definitely be a powerful force that would directly break in. What's going on? The Lord of the Fallen Realm left the body of a female half-orc, quickly put on his clothes and walked out. It was not easy to be in a good mood today, and wanted to play some tricks. Who knew that such a thing would happen? This made the Lord of the Fallen Realm very unhappy. He had just gotten rid of a few crazy gluttons, and now there was another problem. Boom. The Lord of the Fallen Realm had not put on his pants properly. Directly, a powerful light beam fell from the sky. It directly shattered the place where the Lord of the Fallen Realm was, and the Lord of the Fallen Realm was directly crushed into pieces. Under the strong fluctuation of the light beam, he was turned into ashes. Some of the weapons on the starboat also launched attacks at this moment. Suddenly, a series of explosions came from Fallen City. Rumble! Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran also attacked at the same time. The mountain-toppling golden seal was constantly blasted out. The desolate heaven essence in Qi Yanran's hand was also used to an extremely powerful and amazing effect. Qi Yanran threw the desolate heaven essence in her hand into the sky. In the next moment, the desolate heaven essence turned into a white cloud. Then, white light spots fell from the white cloud. It was as if they had turned into raindrops. In an instant, they fell and accurately penetrated the bodies of these half-orcs. Boom! 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 The power of the desolate heaven essence turned into raindrops and easily killed the half-orcs in front of them. A series of raindrops fell. However, in the city, these half-orcs were difficult to find directly. Some of them were hiding and it was harder to find. "Help me," Li Zongjiu said. Qi Yanran did not hesitate and directly transferred her power into Li Zongjiu's body. Then, a white dragon figure appeared behind Li Zongjiu. The dragon swept across the sky. Immediately, a terrifying divine power descended. A power that could not be seen with the naked eye directly swept across the entire city. Mental power. Boom. In an instant, the remaining half-orcs were all killed. In the entire fallen city, there were no more living creatures. Chapter 13:26. On the starboat, Jiang Bai and the others were looking at the situation below. Just now, Chu Yanguan had also controlled the starboat to launch a series of cannon blasts. However, the cannons on the starboat were almost worn out. Therefore, the power of the cannons had weakened a lot. However, under the attack of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran, these half-orcs in the fallen city had no chance to escape. A gust of wind blew. It stirred up the sand and dust in the fallen city. Dead? Are they all dead? When Jiang Bai and the others saw that all the half-orcs in the fallen city had been killed, they were shocked. They bitterly resisted and even racked their brains. They used every possible means to attack the fallen city, but after trying for a long time, they still didn't succeed. They had never succeeded. Now, under the leadership of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran, they were all killed in just a few minutes. In just 10 minutes, everything had been settled. There was no trace of any enemy in the entire fallen city. He was actually able to kill all of them. After Li Zongjiu killed these half-orcs, the Hell of Merits was also shining with golden light. Within the golden light, there seemed to be a figure that was directly born. It was a gold core. Li Zongjiu saw this gold core through his perception. However, this gold core seemed to be fixed in the Hell of Merits, and it seemed to be brewing something. There was no way to take it out, so it could only be left in the Hell of Merit. It seemed that the Hell of Merits didn't require any cultivation to begin with. Li Zongjiu was also curious about the effects of the Hell of Merits, but there were still a lot of aftermath to clean up. Everyone landed in the fallen city and began to search for things around, but they found that all of them were dead. There was no one alive, and some of them didn't even have a single wound on their bodies. They died directly. The fallen city had been ruined by the half-beast men. After Jiang Bai and the others occupied the fallen city, they excitedly sent out signals to their respective barracks. At the same time, Jiang Bai sent 2 guards back to Suishan City as quickly as possible to mobilize the army. Fallen City had been taken down with great difficulty, so of course they had to make good use of it. As long as the Battle of Time could regain control of Fallen City. This was the first step of the counterattack. Jiang Bai also sent out signals to the other cities. Along the way, there were still 2 other tribes that were besieging the city. One of them was the Tashan tribe. The Tashan tribe had an army of 300,000 half-blood beastmen. They were very powerful and had been surrounding a city, but they weren't in a hurry to attack. The current situation was so chaotic. It was said that in the past 2 days, a heavenly master of Shang Kingdom had appeared and was killing people everywhere. Several tribes had already fallen in the hands of this person. Therefore, Tashan had to be careful. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets if they were targeted by the celestial master of the Shang nation. The city that was confronting Tashan was a kingdom called the Water Nation. This kingdom was also staking everything on one throw. They had mobilized all their troops to the forefront. At this time, there were 500,000 troops stationed in Tianshui City. The king of the Water Nation was personally leading the battle. At this moment, the king of the Water Nation suddenly received signals from the Suishan Nation and the Yun Nation. Tomorrow they would attack the Tashan tribe at the same time. Why did they suddenly come up with such a countermeasure? It was too late for them to defend themselves. How could they still have the strength to fight back? However, the king of the Water Nation was also a ruthless person. Now that he was surrounded by these people, he was quite sullen. Now that there was such a good opportunity to fight back, there was nothing to worry about. Pass down the order. Prepare for the decisive battle tomorrow. Let's see how we kill these bastards. Immediately, the king of the Water Nation let out a low growl. To the king of the Water Nation, being surrounded and delayed by these people was simply a humiliation. Now that he finally had a chance to fight back, he would spare no effort. The generals under his command also admired their king very much. If they were to defend passively, they would only be able to consume their soldiers passively. If they were to die today, 3,000 would die tomorrow. In the end, they would only be able to protect this city. The enemy could casually send some troops over, and they could easily break through the city. However, if they were to take the initiative to attack, they would definitely be able to achieve a surprising effect and completely defeat the enemy. Not only would they be able to break their formation, but they would also be able to break their morale. If you are ruthless, then I will be even more ruthless. That was what he thought. The next day, Patriarch Tashin was leisurely lying on a chair made of human skin to rest and bask in the sun. The fallen tribe also liked to bask in the sun. They did not like to hide in a dark corner. If they liked to hide in a dark corner, there would be no need to attack these people's cities all day long. Counting the days, it has been 8 years since I left for the war. In another 2 years, I will have to replace the front line. Then, I can go to the rear and rest. The fighting in the front line is really too dangerous. I can't believe that I can survive until the end. Tashin counted the days every day. The fallen tribe also had their own villages and towns. Even the cities that had been conquered had become the territory of the fallen clan, and they had treated them as their own homes. However, an outsider would always be an outsider and would eventually be chased out. A huge explosion shook the surroundings. Even the king of Tianshui City, who was 10 miles away, he could clearly hear it. The time has come. Charge! The king of Tianshui Nation immediately roared. Suddenly, 400,000 soldiers rushed out. The remaining 100,000 soldiers stayed behind to guard the headquarters. At least, they could provide reinforcements at any time. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were both on a mountain peak, watching the battle below in full swing. It was not that Li Zongjiu was unwilling to take action, but these people had been holding back for so long. Of course, it was appropriate for them to release the pressure in their hearts. If Li Zongjiu took action and wiped out all of the Tashin tribe, it would be a threat to them. Only at the critical moment could they change the situation of the battle. After all, the soldiers of the human race were not incompetent. They were all real soldiers. The battle broke out in an instant. The 3 kingdoms and the Tashin tribe fought for 2 days, and the Tashin tribe was completely defeated. Although there were casualties among the 3 kingdoms, everyone was happy to kill. This was a desperate counterattack, a real counterattack. On the 3rd day, Tashin's head was chopped off by the king of Tianshui Nation. The king of Tianshui Nation chopped off the head of the Tashin tribe. Immediately, the joy in his heart poured out like a waterfall. His heart was filled with excitement and shock. Son, I've finally avenged you. I've slaughtered these bastards. The king of Tianshui Nation roared to the sky. 3 days of killing had exhausted him, but at this moment, he still persevered. He must fight to the last moment. The opportunity for the human race to fight back had finally arrived. Jiang Bai, Chu Yan, and the others also came to the king of Tianshui Nation. Jiang Bai of Tianshui Nation greets the king. Chu Yan Guan of Yun Nation. Chu Yan Guan did not stand on ceremony. After knowing this, the king of Tianshui Nation finally got to know these 2 strong allies. If the 2 of them had not brought a large number of reinforcements, the human race would not have been able to wipe out the Tashin tribe so quickly. You are, the king of Tianshui Nation glanced at Chu Yanguan. When Chu Yanguan nodded, the king of Tianshui Nation nodded in response. Since he knew a little, he did not continue to speak. Thank you for your help. The human race is in high spirits with the help of the 2 generals. The king of Tianshui Nation said with a smile. They had been besieged by these people from the fallen battlefield for 8 years. They had lost many soldiers and generals over the past 8 years. Today, they could finally settle the score once and for all. It's not because of us. It's because of the 2 seniors who have been cultivating in seclusion. Without them, our city would have fallen a long time ago. Jiang Bai said. Nearly half a month had passed. Half a month ago, Jiang Bai and the others had discovered the traces of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran at the Celestial Master Mountain. Now, in just half a month, the 2 of them had helped the Battle of Time defeat the fallen battlefield. They had completely wiped out a large portion of the fallen clan's forces. For the human race, this was a great victory. When the king of Tianshui nation heard that such experts had appeared, he could not help but be surprised. He quickly asked the two of them to introduce him. However, Li Zongjiu had already told Jiang Bai not to bring anyone to meet them. After all, he did not have the time and energy to greet these people. At this moment, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were cultivating in a mountain outside the fallen city. Most of his time should be spent on cultivation. Only with a strong cultivation could they save the sacred martial realm. However, in the sacred martial realm, there were many people who were stronger than Li Zongjiu. They had already reached this level, but none of them had taken action. Obviously, Li Zongjiu's current cultivation was not enough. Chapter 1327. Li Zongjiu's mind sank into the hell of merit. At this moment, he was also studying the golden core in the hell of merit. I've never seen or heard of such a thing before. Where did it come from? Li Zongjiu circled around the golden core. At the same time, as time passed, the golden core seemed to be spinning in circles, absorbing the golden light in the hell of merits. Finally, it gradually grew bigger. Originally, the golden core was only the size of an egg. In just a few days, it had already turned into the size of a bowl. Li Zongjiu knocked on it and found that the golden core was still solid. He wanted to move it, but he was powerless. The golden core was still in the same place, motionless. Looks like it's not time yet. Li Zongjiu thought in his heart and gave up on studying the golden core. Recently, Li Zongjiu had also harvested a batch of medicinal herbs. The medicinal herbs of the sacred martial realm were rich in spiritual energy and were quite old. It seemed that the people in the sacred martial realm rarely relied on pills to increase their cultivation. They just needed to cultivate as hard as they could. Or perhaps it was because the resources in this place were still insufficient, so there were no pills and the like. They were rather scarce. Only after the people above distributed the pills could they have such resources. The beastmen did not know how to refine medicinal pills. Therefore, this batch of precious medicinal herbs fell into Li Zongjiu's hands. He placed the Shura cauldron at the entrance of the courtyard. Li Zongjiu also threw medicinal herbs into it. Li Zongjiu directly refined a furnace of grade 8 elixir. However, there was no elixir thunder in the sky. This surprised Li Zongjiu. Originally, he wanted to use the elixir thunder to refine his body. Unexpectedly, there was no elixir thunder in this place. Another batch of good medicinal herbs. Li Zongjiu put away these medicinal pills. Now that his cultivation had reached this level, it was not easy to break through. Even if he took these medicinal pills every day, the effect would be minimal. He could only take it slow. However, it was still necessary to consolidate his means. Qi Yanran, on the other hand, was making rapid progress. Qi Yanran was now able to freely enter and exit the Blue Bird platform. Little Blue has recovered. Qi Yanran suddenly appeared in front of Li Zongjiu and said. Then, a small blue bird flapped its wings and flew briskly in front of Li Zongjiu. It could be said that all these experiences were brought about by the mountain puffin. Li Zongjiu didn't think that things would be so coincidental. This mountain seagull was actually so powerful. It directly changed their fates, and in the end, they inexplicably came to such a place. In fact, if they didn't come here, they wouldn't have had such an experience. Qi Yanran gently leaned her head on Li Zongjiu's shoulder. The two of them stood on top of the mountain, facing the setting sun and quietly feeling the tranquility in the air. If only there were no wars in the world. Qi Yanran said slowly. Wouldn't it be better if everyone lived in a peaceful environment? How can there be no wars in the world? Even if the beast man in front of us disappeared, the big countries in the sacred martial realm will definitely fight with each other. The disputes will never stop. Li Zongjiu said, only by being strong can one keep a place safe. The peace you see is just because someone is helping you carry the burden. Qi Yanran also nodded. She naturally understood these principles, but she also hoped to see a day of peace. However, it seemed to be impossible. Where there were people, there would be conflict. This would never change. The Battle of Time had won a great victory. The 5 kingdoms had entered Fallen City one after another and completed the restoration of this place. The Fallen City was completely reconstructed. With the strength of the 5 kingdoms, it was naturally easy to rebuild a city. Now was not the ancient times, where stones needed to be stacked up bit by bit. Instead, there were some large machines. It took a total of 5 days to restore the entire Fallen City. However, the news of the victory of the Battle of Time directly reached the ears of one of the countries, and it immediately caused a huge uproar. Immediately, he dispatched an emissary. It seemed that this was a very serious problem. Now, with the strength of the 5 kingdoms, they jointly built an important military camp in Fallen City. Before there was a leader, the representatives of the 5 kingdoms also specially gathered to discuss matters. The Water King did not come personally but sent an old general to oversee this place. When they heard the news of the people from the 5 kingdoms coming, the generals of the 5 kingdoms also prepared a welcoming ceremony. At least, these people could come, which meant that they represented hope. The 5 kingdoms still valued them very much. The kingdom that came this time was called the Country of Fire. In the Country of Fire, there was an imperial tutor who directly cultivated on the Holy Mountain and became a disciple of the Holy Mountain, which made people envious. In the Country of Fire, there were at least 10 heavenly masters from the 5 kingdoms. Originally, the heavenly masters were all overseeing important places. This time, a heavenly master was specially sent here for them. To them, it was also a matter of great importance. Above Fallen City, when the time was up, a golden light suddenly broke through the sky from afar. Then, a golden warship directly emerged from this golden light. Just this radiance alone was enough to make the soldiers below feel extremely warm and comfortable. Even the fatigue brought on by the past few days gradually improved at this moment. It made people feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. It was really the work of a heavenly master. All the soldiers also knelt down in this direction, respectfully welcoming the arrival of the Shang Kingdom's celestial masters. If it weren't for the Shang Kingdom's celestial masters defending in more dangerous places, perhaps the enemy they would have to face would be even more terrifying. This was all because of the existence of these heavenly masters. Welcome, Heavenly Master! Welcome, Heavenly Master! From this golden warship, an old figure directly walked out. With one step, he soared into the air, and with another step, he arrived in front of Jiang Bai and the others. Everyone rise. I am the Heavenly Master of the Country of Fire, Chen Ju. Chen Ju's voice was directly transmitted into the ears of these people. Immediately, his voice continuously reverberated in their ears. It was as though he had directly carved a brand into them. The display of his strength this time around was also quite intimidating. In addition to Chen Ju, there were 2 young disciples accompanying him. These 2 young people looked arrogant between their eyebrows. Their clothes were clean and spotless, and the material was gorgeous and the style was exaggerated. They looked like royalty patrolling such a place. There was also a hint of disdain in their eyes. Even if such a barren place is occupied by the fallen race, it doesn't matter much. That's right. I really don't know why they are still guarding such a place. Jiang Bai and the others were furious. The reason why they were able to conquer the fallen city was because of the sacrifice of countless people. They were able to hold on until now and had the opportunity to launch a counterattack. However, these 2 young men actually called the fallen city a barbarian's land. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox, translated by Ciencia World. Don't talk nonsense. Chen Ju reprimanded, but the expression on his face did not have the slightest intention of relaxing the blame. Jiang Bai and the others saw it, but they did not dare to say anything in their hearts. After all, the person in front of them was the real heavenly master of the Country of Fire. The 2 young people also snorted coldly at each other. Although Master said so, in fact, it was to take into account the Heavenly Master's face. Otherwise, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. These weak ants actually dared to put on an act in front of them. They could trample them to death in minutes. In fact, it would only take a single step to trample you to death. Let's talk inside. Chunju led the two disciples into the main hall. Now, the main hall had been renovated, but in fact, it was only a very simple foundation that was built. It looked extremely simple and crude. Tell me, who helped you? Chunju sat on the high seat and said indifferently. Jiang Bai and the others looked at each other and clearly felt that there was something wrong with Chunju's tone. Why did it feel like he was not here to reward, but to blame? Heavenly Master! Heavenly Master, what do you mean? Jiang Bai was the most familiar with Li Zongjiu and the others. If the Heavenly Master really wanted to blame something, he would definitely not expose Li Zongjiu and the others. Therefore, he took the lead to stand out and test the Heavenly Master's tone. Chapter 13:28. What do you mean? You idiots actually have the cheek to ask my master what he means. Hurry up and hand over that person, otherwise all of you will die. Next to Chunju, a disciple who looked younger stepped forward and shouted angrily. When they received this news, they were almost driven mad by the stupidity of the people of the Age War realm. They actually dared to claim victory at this time. If they really wanted to destroy the fallen war realm, could it be that their heavenly masters were not strong enough? Why would they need trash like you to take action, causing the current situation to be difficult to resolve? The current stable stalemate could be said to be the result of countless battles between the heavenly masters and the beast god temple. They only needed to maintain this situation for 2 more years. The human race would definitely be able to launch a counterattack. After the Sacred Mountains plan was completed, it would be extremely easy to kill these half-beastmen. They had already endured for 8 years. Could it be that they could not even withstand the last 2 years? What a bunch of idiot! When these words came out, Jiang Bai and the others were also surprised and shocked. They looked at each other. Clearly, they did not understand what these people meant. Shouldn't they be rejoicing over their victory? Looking at the situation in front of them, it seemed that they wanted to find the 2 seniors Li Zongjiu and interrogate them. No, they were clearly here to interrogate them. When the older senior saw the expressions on Jiang Bai and the rest's faces, he gently shook his head. These foolish, uncivilized and unintelligent people were after all limited to this point. Hence, he could not blame them. Immediately, he took a step forward and cleared his throat. There are some things that are difficult for you to understand at your current level. Let me put it this way. Now that the battle between the human race and the fallen race has stabilized, letting the fallen race gain a little advantage can reach the extent of confusing them, making them a little complacent and let their guard down. However, you directly destroyed the fallen war realm today, which will definitely arouse the vigilance of the fallen race, and they will counterattack. Next, they will definitely counterattack with all their strength, leaving us with less and less time. Perhaps the losses caused will be even greater. The Sacred Mountain will have to pay a greater price to make up for the losses caused by your victory. The older man shook his head helplessly. Fortunately, they discovered it in time. If they tried to salvage the situation now, they would at least be able to make it in time. After all, they were here to salvage the situation. However, it was a pity for these people. Presumably, only a few of them would survive. Jiang Bai and the others finally understood. It turned out that the reason why these heavenly masters had not made a move was because they were afraid of angering these people from the Beast God Temple. At that time, if these people from the Beast God Temple retaliated, there would definitely be greater losses and trouble. This was also the real reason why they were unwilling to make a move. Haha, what you all are saying is that you'll be able to take advantage of the situation. Do you know how many soldiers and citizens of our 5 nations will die? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu Yen stepped forward, his eyes bloodshot and his body trembling as he glared at the people in front of him. Is the Great Chu country not enough? Is this what you call a small advantage? Chu Yenguan's voice trembled. Great Chu State. At the front line of resisting the fallen clan, the first to rise up and counterattack was the Shangwa. Back then, the Great Chu State was at its peak. There were more than 100 Supreme Being experts. These experts were equivalent to the heavenly masters of the Shangwa. However, when the Great Chu State rose up and counterattacked, the other great nations did not help at all. Instead, they watched coldly from the sidelines and fought a bitter battle. The Great Chu State was completely destroyed. Hundreds of heavenly masters, none of them surrendered. However, all of them died in battle. What a heroic act! At the same time, it was equivalent to completely angering the Beast God Temple. From then on, the entire sacred martial realm fell into the flames of war. The Beast God Temple announced an all-out attack. The remaining 5 great nations formed a war zone with each other and created the Sacred Mountain. With the Sacred Mountain as the leader, they led the remaining people to resist. In fact, if they had joined forces to attack at the same time, they would not have ended up like this. It was because the remaining 5 great nations were afraid of the Great Yen State's strength. Therefore, they did not make a move and watched coldly from the sidelines. It was only after the Great Yen State was destroyed that they were willing to take action. Only then did they form an alliance and barely resist the Beast God Temple's attack. However, the world knew very little about the secret of the past. Most of the people only knew that it was because of the Great Yen Kingdom's resistance that they had the time to form the alliance of great nations. Only then did they have the opportunity to create the Sacred Mountain. However, they did not know that it was because they were afraid of angering the Beast God Temple. At the same time, they also wanted to exhaust the strength of the Great Yen State. Therefore, they did not form an alliance. If that was the case, it was really despicable and shameless. Jiang Bai and the others did not expect that Chu Yenguan would reveal such a big secret. They did not even know about it before. However, the celestial master in front of them was obviously treating them, the people of small countries, as sacrificial lambs. He even directly treated them as food and deliberately threw them to the fallen race. He used this method to delay the fallen race's attack and give them enough time to make some bullshit preparations. You are a remnant of the Great Yen State? Chen Ju glanced at Chu Yenguan. There was not the slightest bit of panic on his face. On the contrary, he was quite angry. If the Great Yen State did not betray the sacred martial realm, how could the fallen clan form an attack so quickly? If you did not activate the teleportation array, how could the fallen clan cross the boundary and come here? Chen Ju reprimanded. The crowd could not tell what was going on. It seemed that there was a hidden story behind it. Bullshit! Chu Yenguan roared. He raised the sword in his hand and stabbed at Chen Ju. Obviously, Chu Yenguan would not allow these people to slander the warriors of the Great Yen State. You are courting death. Bang! The older disciple directly waved his hand, and a blast of energy directly sent Chu Yenguan flying dozens of meters away. Chu Yenguan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell to the ground with a bang. How dare you challenge the Heavenly Master with the strength of a mortal? Jiang Bai and the others could no longer hold back when they saw that their comrade was sent flying by the opponent. They all drew their swords and stood up. Jiang Bai's guards also surrounded Chu Yenguan to protect him. You are all from the great nation. Don't you think this is too much? Jiang Bai's eyes were burning with anger. They were simply not treating them as humans. If that was the case, they did not need to rely on the bullshit heavenly master of the great nation. There were many things that could not be clearly explained by one's mouth. A discerning person could naturally see who was right and who was wrong at a glance. Chu Yenguan had led the troops to fight in the Yun nation and had never retreated half a step. However, these so-called heavenly masters of the great nation were nowhere to be found. Now that they had appeared, they actually dared to hurt the comrades that they protected with their lives. Are you delusional enough to challenge the might of the Heavenly Master? The The senior brother took a step forward and released a powerful aura in an instant. It suppressed the crowd to the point that they could not breathe. They even felt that their bodies were about to explode. The junior brother at the side looked at the scene and smiled disdainfully. They were just a bunch of lowly ants. How dare they act so presumptuously in front of them? Just when Jiang Bai and the others were about to collapse, a gentle breeze suddenly blew past and directly extinguished the aura. The senior martial brother was also surprised. Jiang Bai and the others were surprised to find that there was no longer any pressure on their bodies. Instead, they were incomparably relaxed. Moreover, after being suppressed just now, their bodies seemed to have been injected with energy, allowing them to recover directly. Look, I told you. Some people are even more half-beastmen than those half-beastmen. They are practically half-beastmen. A voice rang out outside the hall. Then, two young figures walked in. Senior. Jiang Bai was pleasantly surprised when he saw the newcomers. They were Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. However, Jiang Bai's expression quickly changed. Senior, leave quickly. They are here to kill you. Chapter 1329. At this moment, Jiang Bai did not think of escaping because of these people. Instead, he quickly reported to Li Zongjiu. After all, Li Zongjiu and the others' actions were the real act of saving the human race. As for these heavenly masters from the heavenly kingdom in front of them, they were simply a group of thieves. They did not even know what kind of ugly dealings they had with the beast god temple. Now, it must be because their cooperation had been destroyed, so they acted like this. Want to leave? The young junior brother directly snorted. He had long wanted to capture these people, but they actually caused so much trouble. A group of mortals who did not understand the sacrifices they had made behind the scenes and only knew how to cause trouble. Such ants, if they were to be trampled to death, so be it. Nonsense. Qi Yanran snorted coldly, flipped her wrist across the air, and slapped toward this junior brother. Bam! This junior brother's body was directly slapped against the wall of the main hall and directly flew out. He did not have the strength to fight back and was easily flattened like a fly. How dare you hurt my junior brother? Immediately, the senior brother was shocked. These people in front of him were actually so bold to cause trouble here and even dare to sneak attack. Kneel! Li Zongjiu directly shouted in a low voice. Immediately, this senior brother's knees directly smashed into the floor with a thud. His whole body also knelt down. And the moment his knees landed, they had already broken both of his legs. It was full of strength and was quite strong. Ah! Immediately, this senior brother also spat out a mouthful of blood. The intense pain from his legs made this senior brother feel for the first time that his bones were broken. Li Zongjiu also deliberately magnified his pain by 10 times, so at this moment, he felt it very clearly. Seeing that Li Zongjiu and the senior brother had actually taken care of the other party's 2 disciples so easily, they were not on the same level at all. In this way, it seemed that Li Zongjiu's strength might be even stronger than this heavenly master of the heavenly kingdom in front of him. Otherwise, this heavenly master from the country of fire would not have allowed his disciple's legs to be broken and his other disciple to be thrown out. Qi Yanran came to Chu Yanguan's side and helped him up. At the same time, he sent a stream of essence force into Chu Yanguan's body to help him recover. To deal with a little girl, they were actually so vicious. These people were obviously not good people. In the beginning, the two of them did not rush over directly. Instead, he was observing the situation from afar with his mental power. He waited until Chu Yanguan was injured by the other party before he came over. He wanted to teach the person in front of him a lesson. He was too arrogant and presumptuous. Were you looking for me just now? Li Zongjiu walked to the front and came directly in front of Chenju, as if he did not care if the other party would launch a sneak attack. However, when Chenju saw the movements of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran, he knew that the two of them were close to the Supreme Being realm. However, it was obvious that they had not reached the Supreme Being realm and were not enough to make Chen Ju wary. However, the two of them were quite powerful. If he could recruit them, they would definitely be able to increase the strength and glory of the country of fire. He originally thought that it was just two reckless Yuan monarchs causing trouble here. However, now it seemed that the battle had changed because of the two of them. Moreover, the two of them were not weak. If he could recruit them, he could make use of them. I am the heavenly master of the country of fire. Where are the two of you cultivating? It could be seen that the two of them were still very young. They were even younger than Chen Ju's two disciples. Clearly, there must be a powerful master behind the two of them. Perhaps this was only one of the other party's trials. The other party's master might not be clear about the current chaotic situation, so he asked. You should call me Grandpa in front of your ancestors. Li Zongjio sat down opposite Chen Ju with a swagger and spoke without any scruples. He did not give Chen Ju any face at all. He did not even give the country of fire any face. Immediately, Chen Ju's expression froze. Li Zongjio was provoking him too much. Did he really want to fight to the death? Jiang Bai and the others did not expect Li Zongjio to humiliate the other party in public so domineeringly. Young man, you should be careful with your words. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I am giving your master face this time. Chen Ju's expression did not change at all. However, anyone could tell that Chen Ju was not in a good mood. He was also expressionless when he spoke. Then I will give you face too. After Li Zongjiu finished speaking, he flicked his finger. The head of the senior brother, who had been shouting at the side, was directly blown off. It exploded into pieces instantly. Everyone present was a veteran of hundreds of battles. Some of them had even been slashed to the bone. What kind of tragic scene had they not seen before? Therefore, when they saw such a scene, they did not feel the slightest bit of shock. In fact, they even felt an incomparably carefree feeling in their hearts. Just now, these people kept calling them ants and mortals. They simply did not treat them as humans. With such disrespect, even if they had great strength, they would not have a good ending. Look, their words came true immediately. You are courting death. Chen Ju could no longer sit still. A terrifying origin energy erupted from him. His body was burning with flames. Moreover, Chen Ju's eyes were spewing flames of anger. However, he did not make a move. This was because Chen Ju was not sure if he was a match for these two people. Moreover, these two people seemed to reveal a trace of strangeness. This made Chen Ju vigilant in his heart. Although a disciple had died, there was no need to put himself in danger. I will bear with it first. When the time comes, I will find someone to deal with you, Chen Ju thought in his heart. However, he clenched his fists and put them down again. Are you kidding me? I killed your disciple. You clenched your fists and you are done? Isn't that too perfunctory? What if I kill another one? Immediately, Li Zongjio made a grabbing motion in the air, and grabbed the younger junior fellow apprentice from the pile of ruins. With a whoosh, he landed in front of Li Zongjio. Qi Yanran's palm strike just now could be considered to have spared his life. However, his injuries could not be healed so quickly. Therefore, after being hit, he was lying on the ground and could not get up for a long time. At this moment, he was also caught in Li Zongjio's hand. His palm was pressed against the latter's head. Immediately, this junior brother saw his senior brother's corpse. Although his body was in an extremely bad condition at this moment, he was also frantically twisting his body. Master! Save me! Save me immediately! This junior brother also begged his master, hoping that his master would save him. Young man, don't go overboard. If you kill him, the country of fire will definitely not let you. Bam! Li Zongjio's 5 fingers exerted a little force. It was as if he was crushing an egg, and he directly crushed this person's head. After that, Li Zongjio also wiped the bloodstains on his hands on his body. What did you just say? Li Zongjiu seemed to have just heard Qin Ju's words. He asked Qin Ju with a blank face. A dignified celestial master of the country of fire, 2 of his disciples had died in front of him, but he was indifferent. It was not that he was indifferent, but he did not dare to move at all. Born cowards, you have the nerve to do this? Li Zongjiu could see that these people really did not have any guts at all. When they bullied their own people, they were sonorous and forceful. Once they met a really ruthless person, they did not even dare to fart. Today, I, the dignified celestial master of the country of fire, will definitely let you know how powerful I am. Qin Ju roared angrily. The aura on his body exploded again, and he directly rushed toward Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu was simply too much of a bully. He had killed his disciples in front of everyone and even humiliated him in front of everyone. Even if you are capable, how can I, the dignified celestial master of the country of fire, be frightened by you juniors? Then, he directly circulated his essence force and suddenly struck toward Li Zongjiu's head. In this palm, he had circulated his essence force to the extreme, and it directly condensed into a terrifying force that sealed the space around Li Zongjiu. The crowd could only see that Li Zongjiu seemed to be instantly surrounded by this ball of flames. Immediately, they all exclaimed. Qin Ju also realized that Li Zongjiu could not dodge at all. He was secretly delighted. It turned out that this trash was just bluffing and did not have any real abilities. It was a good opportunity to kill Li Zongjiu and restore his reputation. Boom! When Qin Ju's palm, which was condensed with the fire essence force, hit Li Zongjiu hard, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. Next, he just waited for Li Zongjiu to fly out directly. However, Li Zongjiu just stood at the same spot. It could be said that his feet did not move at all. At the same time, he looked at the person in front of him with an extremely shocked expression. Why don't you use your full strength? Chapter 1330. Li Zongjiu stood where he was and used his body to block Qin Ju's palm. From Qin Ju's point of view, Li Zongjiu should have been smashed to pieces by this palm. If not, his body should have been sent flying and he should have been burned to ashes in midair. Suddenly, Qin Ju felt that the power that he had injected into Li Zongjiu's body was rapidly returning. Not good! Qin Ju immediately leaped up, wanting to escape towards the back. However, it was too late. The power that Qin Ju had just sent out had circulated in Li Zongjiu's body and returned to Qin Ju's body. Bang! Qin Ju's entire body was sent flying. In midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his body fell to the ground. Moreover, the power of flames instantly spread across Qin Ju's body. The terrifying burning power caused Qin Ju to be in great pain. Spare my life! Qin Ju's entire body was on fire as he shouted at Li Zongjiu. However, it didn't last long before it was burned to ashes with a boom. The dignified heavenly master of the Shang nation was burned to ashes in front of everyone. When everyone saw this, they were stunned. In their impression, the celestial master of the Shang Empire must be very strong, but today, he died in front of them, right under their noses. However, no one felt sorry for this because in their opinion, these people deserved to die. Previously, they had actually said that they would let these beastmen take advantage of them and use the power of a few small countries to fill their stomach. This way, they would not launch too fierce an attack. There was no need to respect people who did not care about the lives of ordinary people. In the past, I thought that these heavenly masters of the Shang nation had really tried their best. Jiang Bai mocked himself. He did not expect that they had fought so hard at the front line and narrowly escaped death. However, they had only been treated as a buffer. They did not even care about their lives. Chu Yan had already recovered. Everyone, don't give up. There are many people like us who are fighting back with all their might. We can't let these people die in vain. When he said this, Chu Yan Guan could not help but shed tears. In fact, Chu Yan Guan wasn't the princess of the Chu Yun kingdom, but the princess of the Yen kingdom. Just like the other great kingdoms, the strength of the great Yen kingdom back then was definitely second to none. However, it was precisely because the strength of the great Yen kingdom was too strong and too powerful that these people were afraid of it. That was why he hid a man when he was down back then. Even when the great Yen kingdom was besieged, he did not lend a hand. Jiang Bai and the others looked at Chu Yen. The dignified great Yen kingdom was destroyed in one night. All over the country, tens of millions of people were killed. No one survived. In order for Chu Yen Guan to survive, the royal family had paid a great price to send Chu Yen Guan out. Since then, Chu Yen Guan had been on the road of escape. Then he went to the Chu Yun kingdom. The Chu Yun kingdom and the great Yen kingdom were old friends. Moreover, the Chu Yun kingdom's king clearly knew that the great Yen kingdom was the real power to resist the half-beastmen back then. As for these people now, they were just a group of cowards who were hiding in their shells. They were not on the same level at all. In order to avenge his father and his country, Chu Yen Guan had to fight back. Therefore, Chu Yen Guan did not hesitate to join the frontline battle. Even now, the 5 great kingdoms of the Holy Mountain wanted to find the survivors of the great Yen kingdom and kill them one by one. This way they could completely control the hearts of the people. It was truly vicious to the extreme. You children, you have swords and sabers in your hands. If you always wait for others to save you, you will die sooner or later. If you want to live, you must not put your hope in others. Li Zongjiu also sighed. Even though he was the evil venerable, when he heard about such a thing, he could only imagine how heroic that scene was. In the end, he actually ended up like this because of jealousy. The human heart was terrifying, it was hard to imagine. Therefore, when the almighty evil lord heard such a thing happen, he was also very moved. Li Zongjiu's words had a little effect on them. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed so. If they always waited for these people to save them, they would all die sooner or later. We just didn't expect that even these heavenly masters from the great kingdom would be unreliable. Not all of them are like this. Not everyone is like this. There are also some true cultivators who want to save the world, said Chu Yen Guan. Chu Yen Guan said, only when you are in pain would you think about how to get yourself out of it. This time, the country of fire will definitely investigate thoroughly after killing the heavenly masters of the country of fire. Seniors, you should leave this place as soon as possible. As for the deaths of these 3 people, we can say that they were killed by the half-beastmen. Jiang Bai and the others were now thinking about how to escape for Li Zongjiu and Chu Yen Guan. Li Zongjiu and Chu Yen had already helped them too much. This time, offending the country of fire would definitely cause endless trouble in the future. We won't go anywhere. Since this fallen city has been attacked, where are we going next? Said Qi Yanran. At the same time, there was a very angry look in her eyes. After all, these people were really too much. How could they do such a thing and send these innocent people to their death? It was simply embarrassing. If a cultivator could not shoulder their own mission, then what was the use of their abilities? It was not that they should be chivalrous and do good deeds all day long. This was already a matter of life and death for the human race. How could it have nothing to do with them so easily? Let's stay and help them. Qi Yanran looked at Li Zongjiu and said. Li Zongjiu was stunned. Although it was said that Li Zongjiu's nature was freewheeling and he only wanted to help his family and establish a real big family, who would have thought that they would come to such a place, encountering such a ferocious battle? If they stayed, it would be equivalent to dealing with the Beast God Temple on one hand and dealing with the group of hypocrites on the Holy Mountain on the other. Of course, Li Zongjiu was not afraid of either side. However, once he decided to do this, Li Zongjiu would definitely not give up halfway. Qi Yanran also knew that her decision might be a little capricious. However, Qi Yanran also knew that if the 2 of them did not help, perhaps tomorrow, the people in the Battle of Time would be easily destroyed. The strength of these people was not a joke. Dealing with the people in the Battle of Time would definitely be an easy task. Li Zongjiu had never liked to be restrained, but this time, Qi Yanran also hoped that Li Zongjiu would agree. Okay, Li Zongjiu said. Qi Yanran's eyes suddenly lit up. How could Jiang Bai and the others not understand at this moment that Li Zongjiu and Chu Guan were willing to stay and help them? What an honor this was! They were finally saved. Don't worry with me, evil lord, here. These strange things will not be allowed to be presumptuous, Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Since they were going to do it, they should really do it. Jiang Bai and the others cheered, and Chu Guan was also very happy. Finally, they were saved. Chapter 1331. This was not a game. Instead, a real battle awaited them. If they failed, tens of millions of lives would be lost. Now, only 5 small countries had joined, but in the future, there would definitely be other forces joining. Li Zongjiu wasn't good at arranging troops and fighting wars. If Wan Yulan was here, she would definitely be able to command these messy troops well. At least, the situation would not be as chaotic as it was now. Li Zongjiu did not care about the arrangement of the battlefield. He just asked Jiang Bai to pay attention. If there were some opponents that he could not deal with, he could directly hand them over to them. The 5 generals of the Battle of Time. Now, they were finally united for a meeting. Even if the generals were to sit together, they still needed to recommend a real leader. As for the countries behind these generals, they were all in charge of the rear and provided supplies. They did not even know that Li Zongjiu had already killed a heavenly master. But after all, the military power was in the hands of these generals, and Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were also quite famous in the army. With just a few words, they would immediately pick up their swords and spears and charge forward to fight. The general recommended by everyone was handed over to Jiang Bai. He would become the leader of the 5 generals. First of all, Jiang Bai and Li Zongjiu were more familiar with each other. Moreover, Jiang Bai's talent was indeed very high. In terms of combat experience, the people present were almost the same. No one had ever been a coward. In this case, the opportunity naturally fell on Jiang Bai, who was twice as young as him. As for Chu Yanguan, with his ability to lead troops, he was still much worse than Jiang Bai. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran went to arrange a large array for the fallen city. In the next period of time, they must use the fallen city as a base to launch a thorough counterattack. When the Battle of Time began to counterattack, the pressure on the other Battle of Time would naturally be reduced by a lot. The rest of the people would certainly be able to feel the changes on the battlefield and automatically unite. There was no need for these people from the Heavenly Master to take action. They could handle these things themselves. Now, Fallen City has a total of 600,000 soldiers from 5 countries. Today we have taken down the Fallen City. The Beast God Temple will definitely send people to attack us. Our goal in this 1 month is to defend the city. General Luo, I need your troops to investigate the garrison. The intelligence of the garrison will be handed over to your Wind Country's army. Country of Wind, General Luo Yong. Luo Yong accepts the order. Leave it to me. General Chu, the enemy will definitely attack fiercely. I estimate that the battle will last for more than a month. Our reserves won't be able to last that long. Within 3 days after the battle, I want to find their headquarters. Jiang Bai said to Chu Yan. Although Chu Yanguan was the princess of the Great Yan Kingdom, her current identity was that of a general of the Yun Kingdom. Since he was personally leading the troops, he had to obey his orders. Chu Yan accepts the order. In addition, the archers of the Moon Nation and the troops of the Water Nation are to immediately start building defensive fortifications and traps. When the war starts, the troops of my country will be the vanguard. A series of arrangements showed Jiang Bai's talent in commanding. He had arranged the troops of the 5 nations in an orderly manner. As for the top experts of the enemy, there was no need to worry about them. With the formation set up by Li Zongjiu, the enemy would only die no matter how many came. There was no need to worry at all. In the sky above the fallen city, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran had finished setting up the formation. Qi Yanran came to Li Zongjiu's side. "You won't blame me, right? Am I too capricious?" Qi Yanran was worried that Li Zongjiu would be angry because this decision was very immature. Although the two of them were very strong and could even roam freely in the Holy Martial Continent, they were basically invincible in the world. However, this was the Holy Martial Realm, and there were no less than 6 experts in the Holy Martial Realm. There would even be more experts, and this number could only be increased. Qi Yanran's decision would undoubtedly put the two of them in a dangerous situation. "Silly girl, as long as I'm here, I won't let you make a mistake." Li Zongjiu took Qi Yanran in his arms. There was no need to say anything more. Li Zongjiu would certainly give his full support to his woman's decision. Even if it was wrong, he would fight until everyone in the world said that it was right. If anyone disagreed, then he would kill them all. This was the style of the evil lord. He would do whatever he wanted. What's more, Qi Yanran now said that she would stay and save these people. Someone had to come and save them, right? Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were such people. There was always someone who had to carry the burden forward. Since Qi Yanran had decided to be such a person, Li Zongjiu would have to carry all the burden. Fallen City had been preparing for half a month. During this half a month, it was calm and peaceful. It was worth mentioning that when the king of the country of wind found out that the people of Fallen City had killed a heavenly master, he actually ordered the troops of the country of wind to retreat and return to his own headquarters. Obviously, he wanted to get rid of this matter. But General Luoyong of the country of wind, it took him 2 days to return to the country of wind and directly cut off the head of the king of wind. He was greedy for life and afraid of death. It was the existence of such a person that hindered the development of many things. It was already such a chaotic world, but he was still so timid. Luoyong's country of wind also directly gained great support from the people. As for the rich and the country gentry and the like, he didn't put them in his eyes at all. Jiang Bai and the others also admired Luoyong's behavior. These people were thinking of ways to fight here with their lives on the front line, helping you think of ways to resist the danger. But this group of trash only thought about how to protect themselves all day long. Wouldn't they kill you in minutes? The glorious battle results of the Battle of Time had also spread to the ears of the Holy Mountain. A mere Battle of Time actually dared to challenge the authority of the Holy Mountain, especially when it was said that a troublesome guy called Evil Lord had appeared recently. For such troublemakers, it was necessary to take them down quickly and ruthlessly. Let them know how powerful they were. But now it seemed that they didn't need to do anything, because the Beast God Temple had already sent out a powerful army. It was called the Plague Army. The Plague Army, a fierce army of 7 million half-beastmen, was now pressing on the border. His only thought was to conquer the War of Time Realm. His only thought was to conquer the War of Time Realm. Even the Holy Mountain had sent people to negotiate, but they were directly beaten back. The Fallen City would never let such a thing happen. They couldn't give these humans any hope. Country of Fire. The capital. The flames of war were swirling in the outside world, but the Country of Fire was peaceful and magnificent. Even the surrounding buildings were quite perfect, and the people living here were also quite extravagant. In the palace, there were already many officials who wanted to completely wipe out the Battle of Time. These people actually dared to kill the heavenly masters they sent out. They were simply lawless. If it weren't for the fact that the Country of Fire had provided so many weapons to the other countries, they actually repaid kindness with enmity. They were simply a group of ingrates. Every day during the court assembly, there would be a quarrel over this matter. Your Majesty, this is a good opportunity to send troops. As long as we protect the fallen city and destroy the Plague Army, the dignity of the fallen city will no longer exist. Our human race will definitely be able to revive. We can't let these fallen city people succeed, said a minister. This group of barbarians in the battle of time killed our heavenly masters, and you still want to send troops to help them? Are you stupid? In my opinion, Your Majesty, we should immediately take down the kings of the 5 countries in the battle of time and behead them in public to show our country's prestige. Someone directly stood up and said angrily, "Haha, Sun Gongbao, you're really capable. You don't dare to kill so many half-orcs, but you're awe-inspiring after killing a few human compatriots. High Duke Zhao, I'm doing this for the sake of the country of fire. As for the half-beastmen, what's there to be afraid of? Wherever the great Yen cavalry passes, we'll definitely slaughter all the fallen half-beastmen. That's that. I'm talking about Heavenly Master Qin Ju now." Sun Gongbao was also a cunning person. He casually rounded things up and quickly turned the sharp spearhead around. "All right, the two of you stop quarreling." The King of Great Yen had finally spoken. If he still didn't speak up, the court assembly would probably become a war of words again. The matter of the Battle of Time will naturally be passed down after the people of the Heavenly Master Association have discussed it. Other than that, if there's nothing else, the court assembly will be dismissed. "I'm tired," said the King of Great Yen. A little eunuch beside him immediately shouted, "Court assembly is dismissed." Minister Zhao's face was also filled with anxiety. The fallen city had already sent troops. If they still didn't act, it would be too late. This clearly meant that they didn't want to send troops,